One dart at the double. Oh, here we go.
Flag,
Momentum has definitely changed here.
Proceedings.
Another one of those for Thornton. To Julie obliges. Did it in one of the earlier legs with a big 174.
Flag,
You have to say, Pontus there, tidy finish.
To get 2 darts at tops. And he only needs the one. But Bialecki may have the answer. Stays there for double 13. Super size from Seb to recover the shot. Oh, superb. Well, that's how you do it. Good morning, welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth as Group A continues at the Modus Super Series. It was a superb first day for Lee Cox, who heads the table going into day 2. 4 wins from 5 for him, but there is a chasing pack emerging. I'm happy to say that alongside me, having finished our shift working for Royal Mail, it is Scotty Dog Mitchell. Scott, great to see you once again. And yesterday, it was all about Lee Cox.
Yeah, it was. I think he probably got away with one in the first game. He looked a little bit nervous first game, but once he got past that one, he looked to pretty much dominate the group and he looked really assured. He got to that last game and maybe, he was thinking job done today and maybe went off the ball a little bit. But yeah, you can't say that he didn't put the graft in and get it right yesterday. What
impressed you the most about Lee on day 1?
I think his finishing was really good. When he got chances, he finished and the fact that he seemed to be a relaxed Lee yesterday. The guys were throwing, the kitchen sink at him at times, and he was just not too bothered about it. He was taking it all in his stride, and if he can do some more of that today, he can put himself in a really commanding position. So Lee Cox at the top of the table following the first day's proceedings, but there is a chasing pack emerging, including that of Sebastian Bialecki. Got off to a slow start on day 1, but then when it got to the middle of the session, he put in 2 real good performances back to back. Yeah, he was a bit of a slow burner yesterday, wasn't he? He took his time to get used to it all again, and he knows he's been here a few times. He knows that how important those first few matches are to set your week up, and he kind of got them wrong, but then after that he found his feet and looked more assured again, and that's the Sebastian we know and love. Well, let's have a look at the table then going into day 2, and as I say, Lee Cox leading the way, 8 points to his name, David Evans and Robert Thornton in second and third respectively. Let's talk about the pair of them, and we'll begin with Robert, because in terms of the scoring power, there was no mistakes whatsoever, but maybe at times a few key missed doubles at key points. Yeah, and then they seemed to have affected him the leg after as well. That was the point. He was making the odd mistake on the doubles, and then that would affect his first couple of scores in the next leg, and he's let the momentum go with the opponent. But I don't think he'll make that mistake today. He's in the right place. He sat there just 2 points off the top, and he'll know he wasn't at his best yesterday, and he'll be happy to still be sat there right close to the top. Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookies think about today's action at the live lounge. They go David Evans as 2-1 favourite to win the group. In terms of day 1, what did you see from David that maybe the bookmakers have seen to make him favourite? I think towards the end of the day, he was another one that sort of grew into the group. He sort of struggled a little bit. The darts were low on the trebles, and he was making sort of small mistakes. But as the day went on, he ironed those few problems out. I think a change of setup with the flights and stems, after the first game, changed his luck a bit. And I think, he found out, he started to play all right, and that's all he needed to do. So he's right there again. He's 2 points off the top, and he's in the right position to where he wants to be. It's 18 plus. It's speedgambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into our first game of the morning session. It sees David Evans in action up against Pontus Danielsson, the Swedish qualifier, who's got a remarkable story, having suffered from dartitis. He's actually transferred for him with his right hand to his left hand. And early on this morning, I spoke to Pontus about his darting journey and about the week ahead of him. Pontus, welcome to the Modus Super Series. Day 1 for yourself yesterday. How did you find it out there?
Yeah, it was quite nervous. I think I played well the first 3 games and then, played a bit worse. But it's a fine first day, I think.
How much of yesterday was about adapting to that stage environment?
Yeah, it's quite a new experience. I think the whole day was just about adapting. Hopefully I can play my normal game today.
Let's get to know you a little bit better. You won a ADC qualifier to get here. What's kind of been your journey through the sport of darts?
Well, I've thrown darts quite a lot since I was 15 or something. I had, fortunately, dartitis in my youth. I had to transfer my darts from right to left. Now I'm throwing with my left. And I've taken one step at a time, and now I'm here.
How long did that transition take to change from throwing right-handed to throwing left-handed?
It took like 5 years before I could even win against a beginner. And then when I finally started to win games, it was easier to get practice. And then it's just started to roll. So like 5 years, and so I would say that I started to get good again.
In terms of competition, obviously we saw you win that ADC qualifier, but I haven't seen you maybe in as many ranking tournaments as maybe other players we see here. So in terms of playing stuff, how much time do you get to play darts? And what was the inspiration to play the ADC qualifier?
Well, I have had a lot of school. I made my bachelor's and my master's, so I focused on that in first. And then I chose my competitions, mostly the series in Sweden and some of the more local competitions, because it's a one day instead of a week. So the focus here on Bialecki, it's going to be more on the Nordic Baltic tour, I think.
Well, Pontus, it's been great getting to know you. We look forward to watching you play. All the very best of luck.
Thank you.
And we're going to watch Pontus in action against David Evans, who goes into today second in the Group A table, having amassed 3 wins from his 5 matches on day 1. And it could have been 4 from 5 if he didn't let a lead slip against the Cox in the first game of the morning session. But as far as stretch is concerned, he's looking to go level on points with Lee. And just to ask him a couple of questions ahead of a big game against Robert Thornton, there's a potential that actually the top 3 players could all be level on 8 points. But that's Pontus, 32 years of age, from Bialecki in Sweden. ADC European qualifier up against Evans, whose name and reputation, well, here at the Super Series, is there to be seen. Former BDO World Championship quarter-finalist from Preston. And he's here in the north end of Portsmouth. I suppose there's a bit of a irony there, isn't there? Anyway, it's our first game of Tuesday morning. It should be an intriguing one, and we're going to watch it in the company of Scotty Dog Mitchell.
First
and all the
leg,
action
it's
is going to be
Pontus
refereed by Jack Garwood.
Game on.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, an interesting character is Pontus, and the fact that he's put his studies first before darts, I think, is a right thing, so that you have something to fall back on. Should a big darting career not happen for you, but I know he was invited to be part of the Swedish development program they have over there for dart players, and that's how much interest and the potential they feel that this guy has. And
140.
He's won an Open or 2 out in Sweden as well, which we know is quite a hotbed of darts. Everybody sees the UK as a hotbed of darts, but the players are coming through 41. Now over there in Sweden. I know he won the Highland Open, beating Anton Osland and Andreas Harrison in the knockout stages on the way to that title. So
96.
He has pedigree, there's no doubt.
And I just wonder if he's going to be one of those players that, because he doesn't play often, that maybe we see his best stuff maybe in the second group of the week when he really gets match sharp. He looks sharp enough in this first leg. It's going to be first to finish on throw. Evans not really getting out the gate as quickly as he would like.
140
leads himself on a double after troll, but he doesn't have to go straight for the double 19 if he doesn't want to.
98. Pontus should require 38.
But elects to go straight for it, and that first dart, as well as dart 2, they're handy guides.
6.
And then decides to split with dart 3 of Evans, still not on a finish.
Very surprised he didn't go 14 for 24
85.
there.
Pontus, you
Favoured
require
24
32.
yesterday.
Game shot on the first
No
leg.
problem. He obviously
Pontus
favours
Danielsson.
32 as well.
And so Pontus one up
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
and pondering in
Game
the
on.
background. Is it fair to say that since dropping off the tour, it hasn't quite happened for
93.
David Evans as of yet? Because when he got onto tour, that he was in such a good vein of form. There was some promising signs on the Pro Tour before dropping off at the end of 2022.
94.
But since he hasn't really been able to kind of recapture the heights.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can relate to that. I think there's a certain amount of disappointment that comes with
81.
dropping off the tour. And you know, all of a sudden you have to do a lot of soul searching, Henry, to find yourself again. And sometimes some players find that quicker than
140.
others. And I know a little bit of Dave's background as well. You know, he's taken on a pub and things since then as well. And you know, life's probably got in the way from him since he lost his
59.
tour card. But that all needs to be set. That's all settled now. You know, he's got the pub. He's got that sorted. He's used to the routine of mixing the two, and
100.
that's the biggest thing when you're still working and playing. It's finding the mix and getting it right between the two, and trying to get the amount of practice that you need at the same time, being able to not sort of lose functionality with your work. So I think we're going to see the best of Dave again. And I don't see it being in the too distant future because it's starting to come back, and he's changed dart
100.
manufacturers as well, and the change
David,
of dart is always
you require
difficult as
88.
well. So, yeah, you know, I don't think we've seen the last of him, that's for sure.
Are you going to see him hit the bullseye? No,
41.
I think it's
Pontus, you
fair to
require
say.
67.
Wild attempt. That's his first start on a double so far in this match. Pontus averaging in excess of a ton at this present moment in time. It's been a real good start, but a couple of missed strays
41.
means
David,
that
you
Evans has got an
require
opportunity
47.
to equalise proceedings here.
Game shot on a second leg. David Evans.
That's one of the doubles he was very good on yesterday. Evans double 10, but that last visit of Pontus
Third
is
leg.
one of
It's
those
Pontus
things.
to throw first. Game on.
If you're just starting out or you're just watching there and you're starting to play, watching Pontus there allowing the mistake to affect his next two darts. So
86.
he kind of made the mistake going with the 67, missed it. Then he made the mistake of missing the big 18. And I think you then saw that he was
140.
physically ruffled between darts 2 and 3, and then that then ultimately meant he hit the double 14 rather
58.
than the single. You mustn't let it get to you until you've thrown all 3 darts. You must concentrate. And you've got to be able to be hit by a bus and it not move you
96.
until your last dart has gone.
Keeping on.
Exactly it.
Well, signs of improvement from stretching
60.
leg 3 of this encounter, and has actually got the opportunity here to break the throw of Danielsson, who got off to a great start, but Evans has found a way to take the ascendancy of this game.
133.
Half the score to leave 1-3-2, or effectively half the score to leave 1-3-2.
124. David, you require 132.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye if he doesn't want to, but elects to. And sometimes it could be those moments where you get a
64.
tell of how a player is feeling on a shot like 1-3-2. Do you go straight for the bullseye up for the double drains when your opponent isn't on a finish?
Yeah, he's just trying to avoid those first 2 darts, isn't he?
133.
Making
David,
sure
you
nothing
require
silly
68.
happens.
And so 68 for the break for Evans. A dart at tops of the break.
28.
But that mistake
Pontus, you require
allows
40.
Pontus to re-establish the lead in this contest by pinning the double that Evans has just missed. And he'll make no mistake.
Pontus
And the Swede is
Danielsson.
2-1 to the good.
Fourth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on. .58.
Remember, you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series. Our social media handle is at
60.
MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also get in contact with us courtesy of the YouTube chat room. Keep the comments fun, keep the comments clean.
59.
Reminder that coming up after this game, we're going to watch Robert Thornton in action up against Lee Cox, and then Sebastian Bialecki and Tommy Lishman will round off the
98.
first round's worth of matches here at the Live Lounge.
.81. .59. .95.
Unlucky there. If he found another treble, he would have found himself on the big fish. We'll get away with it unless Pontus can find another treble here,
100.
which he can't. So Evans has got 6 here from 208 to level this game up at 2-2. There's a 10-point swing in the averages actually in Pontus's direction in this game.
119.
But it's felt like the last leg and a half, David's been the better player. But it's been these moments where Pontus has really come up trumps.
89.
Yeah, the short irons and the setup shots he's been pretty tidy on and putting pressure on all these shots that Evans has a go at. Surely this is going to go.
81.
Couldn't get any closer.
Pontus, you require 40.
These are the chances that Danielsson has to take.
How awkward is it?
Game shot.
Finds a way through.
Pontus Danielsson.
Let's add a little bit of a celebration, a little bit of a roar, and he now finds
Fifth
himself
flag, it's
3-1 to the
Pontus to
good,
throw
and he now
first.
finds
Game on.
himself throwing for the match, and a 4-1 victory, which would put him on to 4 points, and it would mean in terms of the league table, Lee Cox against Robert Thornton would actually have the chance to open up a 6-point gap, sorry,
140.
4-point gap at the top of the table if he can win that particular encounter.
.99. .57.
Much more like it.
140.
Yeah, better from Evans there. But Dave must be feeling every time he hits one.
100.
Pontus comes back at him.
.83. .95.
He'll take that as a setup turn, leaves himself on 109 to win this opening game of the session. Evans can only try and leave it as handy as he possibly can.
.101.
Will leave
Pontus,
himself
you
on a
require
2-darter.
109.
But Pontus here has the opportunity to pick the points up if he can pick off the 109. Triple 18 would have given him a dart at the bullseye. Well, he's taken the 9 off.
Yeah, so there's no worry. I don't know why he's shaking his head.
29. David, you require 78.
Just hit that treble and put the pressure back on. So it's a dart of tops for Evans then.
43.
He's caught the wrong side of the flight there and
Pontus, you
deflected into the
require
5.
80.
And it's all about the treble 20 now. Making sure you stay straight with the first one. Oh, he hasn't taken any risk whatsoever. Got on to stay high.
66.
And that one was very much rushed.
David, you require 35.
And so to give himself a reprieve in this contest, actually took us to game 10 yesterday to see any game not go beyond 6 legs.
Game
And
shot
so
on the
perhaps
fifth
it's not a
leg.
surprise that
David
we've got
Evans.
another very tight encounter here. Evans breaks, brings it back to 3-2. We're back on throw, and Stretch
Sixth
has an
leg. It's
opportunity to
David to
take
throw
us to a
first.
last leg.
Game on.
And you can see on Pontus's face that he's actually thinking he should be off of that stage. You cannot think like that. You cannot think like that. Yeah, think like it for a moment, but don't let it
82.
physically get you. Don't let your opponent see that it's getting you. And he did this a couple of times yesterday, put himself in really good
58.
positions to win games and then let them slip. Because rather than owning the moment, he let the moment own him.
And is that
85.
purely an inexperience thing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You learn, as Dave Evans just did. We were talking about he's been on the Pro Tours. He's been this, he's been that. A chance came begging then, and he goes and
125.
takes it on that double 16 with last dart in hand when everything is telling you, I can't hit that. He owned the moment and hit it. And it's something that Pontus will learn.
45. $100.
Well, he's been a student for many years, taking various courses, but he's going to be a student of the game over the course of the next 5 days, and he's learning lessons all the time. But he may be top of the class in this game because he's going to get the
96.
opportunity here. 6 darts on 218. He's wrestled the ascendancy away from the David Evans throw to win this game 4-2. And it'd be a roles reversal of the game yesterday where Evans won by that scoreline.
132.
1-3-2 leaves Pontus on 86 to win the opening game of the day.
45. Pontus, you require
I thought
86.
Pontus would have gone 180 there. He hit the 38 sweeters and out yesterday, but he's missed it already this morning. But double 16 now to rectify the problem. Evans thinks it's going, but does Pontus?
54. David, you require
Whether he did or he
148.
didn't, the double didn't land. The biggest finish we saw yesterday was the 146 of Sebastian Bialecki. It's not going to be trumped by the 148 here. And Evans may be trumped here because Danielsson's going to come back. This time, 3 clear darts in hand at 32.
84. Pontus, you require 32. Game shot on the match.
Nods his
Pontus
head. David
Danielsson.
Evans expected it to go, and it duly did. And Pontus Danielsson gets the better of Stretch by 4 legs to 2. It's his second win at the Live Lounge this week, reversing the fortunes of this fixture yesterday. It's a 4-2 win for Pontus Danielsson to kickstart the day. Coming up after the break, well, this suddenly becomes a massive game for Robert Thornton if he's to keep tabs of Lee Cox at the top of the table. He wins it. We have the top 2 level on points. However, a win for Crafty Coxey, and he'd be 4 clear at the end of round 1 no matter what.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reese Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Lee Cox will be hoping to hit a lot of those double 16s. Before the break, Pontus Danielsson found 4 doubles to beat David Evans by 4 legs to 2. That means he's on 4 points, but crucially as well, David Evans is stuck on 6. And if Lee Cox can get the better of Robert Thornton in this first game of the morning session, then he will move 4 points clear of the rest of the field in this Group A. Cox beginning the day 8 points, the table topper overnight, where this game involves Robert Thornton, who's on 6 points, a 56-year-old from Saltcoats in Scotland, twice the World Seniors champion, but yet to win that elusive Super Series crown. As for Lee Cox, it's getting through to the Saturday night that he will want more than anything else. A Challenge Tour event winner this year, but just doesn't always tend to happen for him when he's in this building. And he is hoping to put things right over the course of the next few days. And he'll be hoping that there'll be some Saturday night tungsten fever here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But forget about the dancing. It's all about the darting. And it's Robert Thornton that's going to get us underway.
125.
Yeah, Thornton had a bit of a indifferent day yesterday. As we said earlier at the top of the show, he
140.
was okay yesterday. You know, he posted a couple of 90 averages and went 96, I think, at one point. And he was sort of like Mr. Consistent yesterday, but where he lacked the consistency was on the doubles. And a sign that you're scoring okay is when you look at what your highest shot out is at the end of the day. And his highest shot out yesterday was a 90. And it's because the scoring was getting him down under that all the time. You know, his sort of second and third visits were good. So he needs to just tidy up on those doubles a wee bit. And there is an element of you being Robert Thornton as well, and the other 5 guys know that you've been the guy on the telly and the guy to beat, and they've all watched him playing at the very top of his game. And that's the Robert Thornton you remember when you play them. And so you know you lift your game up to make sure you challenge Robert, and that was what was happening yesterday.
Well, this would be some way to kickstart the day. Double 14 for 1-2-1. Doesn't go.
86.
And Thornton could take this first leg with double 16. But cannot duly oblige. The first cry of Robert on this Tuesday morning.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that's
Lee
a flying
Cox.
start for Lee Cox. It's a 13 darter. It's a break of throw. He's one up after Robert Thornton
Second
spurred a
leg,
couple of
it's Lee to throw
opportunities to
first.
take the
Game
early
on.
ascendancy in this contest.
And that's the sort of thing that Robert was doing yesterday, which was costing him games.
100.
And he won't be pleased that he's opened up with that today, and it's cost him his own throw as well in the first leg. And you picked up
60.
yesterday an angry Robert Thornton throws a little bit harder, a little bit quicker, with a little bit more thrust, and that's the better Robert Thornton that we see. And sometimes he's got to get upset a little to see that side of him.
60.
He's only a wee stature of a man, but he uses a 26-gram dart, does Robert Thornton.
57.
And when he throws them in, they stay thrown. They
97.
They're definitely thrown with vigour, aren't they?
yeah, and he's one of those players that's always chastised himself. We spoke about Pontus in the last game
60.
having to get out of the habit early of not chastising yourself because it doesn't work. But for a character like Thornton, Robert chastising himself is what
42.
makes him play.
Lee require 148.
He's not doing it to try and put an opponent off. He's not trying to do it. It's just what he does to himself. We all as dart players up there
100.
have a feeling that anything that happens up there, a dart drop behind your back on the floor, we're all thinking selfishly when we're up there on that stage, and we think me. And we think that somebody dropping a dart is on purpose.
Lee
You never think
require
it's an
48.
accident, and you can then start getting in your own head. So you've got to be careful.
This has been a great start from Lee. A couple of times he's threatened a ton
16.
plus checkout, but has spurred a couple of opportunities at double 16 there. Not that it's on this occasion a necessity with Thornton all the way back at 197,
57.
although there's going to
Lee
be
require
a small
32.
amount of pressure put on this.
Game shot on his second leg. Lee Cox.
Lee Cox also has the thing here. This was the one that didn't quite go his way yesterday. Last game of the day,
Third
and
leg. It's Robert
turned
to
him
throw
over
first. Game on.
4-2. So he's now trying to right the wrongs from yesterday. If he manages to win this game, he's beat all 5 players in the
100.
group. And that's a good position to be in after just 6 games of the group.
100.
But he looks very relaxed and calm. He's not... We've seen Coxie here with a very frustrated
41.
and forlorn figure, haven't we? But he's not that here today, and we're seeing... And yesterday, we're seeing a very different, relaxed Lee Cox. That's what we're seeing. And it's good for him because he plays better with it.
123.
He's one of those players that very much plays with his heart on his sleeve. But do you think maybe sometimes when he's been here, he's tried a little bit too
60.
hard to try and make an impact?
I think the tendency is that you do. I know that when I'm here, you do those first couple of games, you try so hard and hope that they go your way, and
140.
they can dictate the direction of your day. Those first few games, they can direct where it's all going to go, and yeah, he got those right yesterday.
45. Lee
And once he had a couple of wins under his belt, he
138.
could then relax, and we're seeing the confidence from yesterday being taken over into today.
94.
And so Lee here could be going loco in Acapulco if he
85. Lee
pins the
require
44. He'd have the double break and a 3-0 lead. But Alex against 4 tops. Goes for
Game
double
shot on the
16,
third
which is
leg,
becoming a bit of a
Leacock.
friend this morning. That's a 14 darter. It's a 3-0 lead. And he's in cruise control of this contest, averaging just a
Fourth
shade
leg,
under
it's Lee to throw
96.
first.
And
Game
3
on.
from 7 on his doubles so far.
100.
And so far, Scott's getting battered.
81.
Scott's getting battered. What, we getting fish and chips after?
Oh, don't, please. I've not had breakfast this morning.
140.
You will go to these late night concerts at the O2, young man.
You know, every now and then,
80.
you've got to treat yourself, Scott.
Yeah, you have. I did. I had a chocolate hobnob. Went to bed at 10:30 last night. What a treat that was.
And people have the temerity of calling Glenn Durrant boring.
80.
No, he has 2 chocolate hobnobs and goes to bed. Spices it up a bit.
81.
By the time you went to bed last night, I was bellowing out human.
$122.
Lee here, a couple of darts away from winning this
59.
contest 4-0.
Lee
It'll be the
requires
perfect start
59.
to the day. He'll put him 4 points clear at the top of the table, and he's going to get 2 darts at tops. And now double 10 to
49.
round off what was an almost immaculate display.
Yeah, Thornton can do nothing about this now, being way back where he is. But when you look at the averages,
85.
there's nearly a
Lee
20-point
required
swing in the
10.
averages, and they're in Lee Cox's favour. 3 for double 1.
No score. Robert, you
Well,
require
the big issue is that
115.
in the entirety of the game, Robert Thornton's only found 4 scores of a ton or more. And it would have been ironic if he found a ton plus out. He moves to the back of the stage. He is incandescent right now. It's been a poor start for the Fawn.
107.
And Cox could be a thorn in his
Lee
side
required
if he can
10.
find the double 5.
Game
In
shot
which he
and the
does,
match,
and it's a
Lee
4-0
Cox.
win for Lee Cox. It's a good performance out the gate. In the end, the average was 91, but for the most part, it was in and around the mid-90s region. The doubling, again, was good for the most part, but just towards the end, a couple of misses as the game came to its conclusion. A 4-0 win for Lee Cox then against Robert Thornton. Coming up next, Sebastian Bialecki against Tommy Lishman.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh,
Pie Face is through. He gets
and
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Lee Cox got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to nil. It was a really good performance as well from Crafty Coxie, an average of in excess of 91, 4 from 12 on the doubles. And it was higher than that for most of the contest. But next up for us, Sebastian Bialecki, who yesterday was found guilty of a slow start to proceedings. He played his best stuff in the middle portion of the day and is hoping to have the perfect day on Tuesday to keep an outsider chance of winning the group alive up against Tommy Lishman, the 29-year-old from Hull, making his 3rd Super Series appearance, qualifying for the Yorkshire and Humberside region of the ADC. And in terms of yesterday, picked up a couple of wins. Actually, in terms of the scoring, he was perfectly fine, and that corresponding to a daily average of just under 85, 84.91. His doubling improved towards the latter end of the day, towards a figure of 32%. But I think
93.
If we were to be brutally honest about things, it was in games 1 and games 3 where
81.
he missed a number of key doubles at key times, which is why he's in the portion of the table that he's in compared to fighting at the summit.
87.
Yeah, his last game yesterday, Tommy Lishman, he really opened
60.
up, didn't he, on 7. Not shot out a 108 and a 106, which he was his Achilles heel for most of the day, but he'll be hoping to bounce on from that because he's not too far away
58.
from the top of the table. If he can muster up a win here.
108.
And this is what he did a lot of yesterday. He did a lot of this yesterday. 9 180s he had yesterday. He's the first to go 10 in the group. In this Group A campaign.
93.
But he can be a little bit feast or famine, can Tommy. Thanked me for his comment this morning about his shirt matching his hair
60.
yesterday.
Sebastian, you require 100.
Good news travels fast, Henry.
You know the drill. Seb knows the drill, but he isn't going to take the fish out. Lishman looking to climb the ladder.
94. Tommy, you require 120.
But he isn't going to take it out. Misses the big number with dart 1, which means he doesn't get an opportunity to
72.
recover with dart 2.
Sebastian, you
And so
require
Bialecki back
76.
here for 76 to take out this first leg. He's going to get one at tops.
56.
Doesn't go, and so
Tommy,
Lishman
you
presented
require
with a
48.
break opportunity here. Should get a couple at double. Take your pick. And the double of choice was tops. In fairness, it looked like a dart thrown at the wire to
28.
guarantee a chance at either
Sebastian, you
or.
require
I was
20.
just about to punch you and say the same there, but I didn't. I let you carry on. And I didn't punch you.
Game shot on the first
I'm
leg.
sure there's many,
Sebastian
Scott, that would like
Bialecki.
to.
Yeah, I'm just getting a word from the gallery there. Everybody's now going, fight, fight, fight. But no.
Second leg.
Wasn't
It's
that
Tommy
bad.
to throw first.
I think
Game on.
you were right, though. He aimed at that middle wire and he wasn't bothered which side it went.
121.
However, he will be bothered by the fact that he is 1-0 behind to Sebastian Bialecki in this contest. Although it would be unfair if we did have a fight, Scott, because we need you in the studio tomorrow.
43.
What, without a black eye? Yeah, thanks, Henry. How did you get that black eye? I'd have to say I walked into the door. I couldn't let
100.
anybody know that you'd black me eye. You'd have to stand on a chair first as well. I'd know it was coming. You'd give it away.
140.
I think there's just a little bit of pondering to do as far as Tommy's concerned.
100.
Do like the Lishman throw. There's a just certain element of throw to it, isn't there? There's a lovely flow and a lovely flow and throw.
96.
Just up he goes. Body doesn't move too much. Bit of a flare of the nostrils there, but that's another story. Obviously a little bit of way to wind him up. A bit of breath in when it goes wrong.
He's playing on the big stage, but he throws as if he's just having a
58.
leisurely chuck in his living room.
require 140.
And that is the way to do it, to be fair. I've spoken to our co-commentator, Matt Edgar, about certain things to do with the game. He's now right in the way of the camera basket there.
60. Sebastian, you require 164.
When you're in the way of that camera, that means you're nearly having to pay the £2 booking fee to get back in. You're that far wide.
96. Tommy, you require 80.
To a 20 double 10, or it could have been tops. He's definitely going to get a dart at tops, and then finds the tops to level up at 1-1.
If it was an effort at tops, it was a weak effort at tops, but you've got to remember he could not afford to go out of the board because that puts you in all sorts of mire. So
third leg, it's Sebastian.
Making sure you hit the big 20 was
game on.
Absolute paramount. And he kind of recovered from that situation, and the 80 shot out was his.
140.
All about giving yourself the best opportunities of getting as many opportunities.
100.
Correct. I've never known anybody be able to win a leg without getting a dart at a double. You can't win them.
In fairness, Scott, I did play a local tournament a few weeks ago which had a rule that after 7 visits in a leg that his highest score wins. Funnily enough, it's the only win I've ever had at that particular set of competition series.
I think after 7 throws they should have made it nearest the ball. That had been more brutal. Bit like the old golden goal back in the day that the FA tried. I went all the way to Wembley, I think, for Bournemouth Grimsby for that, and a golden goal goes in and you just want to riot. Because obviously Bournemouth lost.
I was going to say, you wouldn't be going to Bournemouth against Grimsby as a neutral, would you?
60.
You wouldn't have got a ticket. I'm telling you, all the Bournemouth fans were there, all the Grimsby fans were there. Brilliant day out.
I mean, I don't want to get involved into the politics of football, but when you consider the way the game is going and you look at some of the turgid extra times that we've seen at the European Championships, I think golden goal, was the right thing at the wrong time, because I think actually it'd be a great move in the modern game. But that's just my opinion.
39.
Yeah, but like I was saying, have you actually been to the ground when a golden goal's happened? I was at Wembley on our biggest day for umpteen million years, and all of a sudden
108.
you've lost on a golden goal and you just want to riot as fans. I think it's more to do with the fans of why the golden goal got knocked on the head, nothing to do with what was on the pitch. And that's my honest opinion on it.
Tommy, you require 61.
Well, this is a chance for the break, and after Seb took out leg 1, it's been all about Tommy Lishman this particular contest, and he's going to get a dart here, a double 18, to establish
25.
a 2-1 lead. He's unable to take
Sebastian,
it.
you require 132.
So Bialecki is being restricted to opportunities like this. Well, I say restricted. He's had 5 visits on throw so far, and he's not been able to make any kind
92.
of progress.
Tommy, you
And once again,
36.
it's a slow start to the day for Sebastian Bialecki. I said in one of his previous appearances recently that he suffered with this slow start during the morning sessions. He can ill afford to do that.
Leg, Tommy Lishman.
And Tommy Lishman takes full advantage of which, and now opens up a 2-1 advantage. And now has
Fourth
the
leg,
darts
it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
to open up a 2-leg gap in this contest.
41. $84.
I just looked up that match, Bournemouth Grimsby, 19th of April 1998. Should have remembered that. That was the wife's birthday, and I was at Wembley with me mates in a minibus. I remember that. Should have remembered that one. Should have remembered the date.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that you missed the birthday there, the fact that you forgot her birthday now.
59.
Hey, mate, honestly, for the last 16 years being on tour, I think I've probably missed 14 of her birthdays in the last 16 years, so it was nothing that she's worried about, to be honest. When I'm not there, she gets a chance to watch what she wants on the telly anyway. And I remember I won the sweepstake on the bus on the Bournemouth scorer, so I came home and gave him the money, probably, because I'm a nice guy like that.
140.
Take it wasn't the minute the golden goal went in, predictor sweepstake.
No, it wasn't. But I did have a lovely curly black and white wig on, if I remember. Red and white wig on, if I remember rightly.
Well, there's a mental image.
Good day out. Proper Bournemouth fan. Bought me T-shirt in Fleet Services on the way up. You know, £9.
108.
You know the sort. Never worn again.
Tommy require 120.
One wash, it was down to extra small.
Well, this would be an extra large shot. He's not going to climb the ladder. He's going to get a dart at tops.
100.
Lishman unable to take it out, and so Bialecki will head down. But not going to go straight for the double 19. Splits for double 14.
Game shot
And we are at 2-2. That's much better for Bialecki. That was a 14 darter. Much better than anything really he's been showing at any point in the match.
Flag. It's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a really good tussle, this one. Both on, 86 averages. A really good tussle. And
100.
Bialecki will be thinking, I've got me throw back. It's now mine for the taking.
140.
But Tommy's still throwing like he's in his back room at home and not really worrying too much. And like I say, I spoke to Matt Edgar about this because, he's a little bit and loves
55.
the mind side of the game and what have you. And I said, how come is it you're at home when you can hit all these doubles and you do it all at home? And he said to me, how much pressure you're under when you're practicing at home? I said, none. He said, that's the exact difference. He said, when you then go and have an opponent stood behind you, mentally it changes the game. Even though in your head you think it doesn't, it actually does. So how many times do you hear at local league, oh, you should have seen what I was doing at practice yesterday, or you should have seen how I was practicing before the game at county. And 9 times out of 10, you're practicing like that, as Matt rightly says, because you're under no pressure whatsoever and throwing with freedom.
Which is perhaps why at the top end of the sport, it's not a surprise that people that have well-established practice partners are the ones that are having the best of success. Look at Dimitri van den Berg when he won the match play. He had Damon Hedder practicing with him for 3 weeks because he was isolated in his house during COVID.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
require 161.
you have to pick a certain practice partner. There are certain practice partners that wouldn't work for you. Lishman here on 161. I'll just break that off. Bullseye. Oh, I couldn't get any closer. Super stuff there from the Ginger Ninja. He will be back.
$59. Tommy require 25.
Double 12 for the break.
Game shot on a
That's
fifth
a 14
flag.
dart to
Tommy
Lishman's. 3-2 he leads. He has the darts to win the match.
We've seen a few left-handers this week favouring the double
Sixth
12,
flag.
aren't we?
It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Which is fairly interesting because when we speak about the southern side of the ball, we always talk about double 10 and doubles in that region. So for a left-handed player, double 12, it can feel a bit heighty.
134.
But I'm a similar sort of thing. I would much prefer to go for double 12, double top and double 18 than I would go lower down the ball. But that's a height thing. That's nothing to do with anything else. I'm kind of throwing down at it, which should be easier. So why is double 3 not everybody's favourite double? If you're throwing down at it, it should be easier because your arc of your dart is less and you can throw at it more direct.
58.
It's because there's this phobia around the game about, ooh, double 3. Oh, it's the worst double on the board, blah, blah, blah. And again, all mental. You just talk yourself out of it.
123.
What do people think about double 3?
Ooh, like that.
Hello, if you just joined us.
59.
It's voice
Tommy
week with Scott
require
Mitchell.
155.
155 would be the biggest finish we've seen so far this week. It would have been for the match. He's been unable to take it out, but he has got time on his side. And once again, it's a slow start to proceed for Sebastian Bialecki, but don't let that take away the performance that Tommy Lishman's put in, because his average is in excess of 90.
140.
He's had a 14 darter in the
Tommy
last leg.
require
He could have
90.
another one here to win it 4-2.
Yeah, that 25 was a sensible dart in the last visit from Lishman because it leaves him 2 stabs at the 20. He's now got the bullseye.
42.
Not to be this
Sebastian,
time.
you require 110.
But that enabled him to get a shot at a dart at a double, which is what we were talking about earlier, to win the game. Can't win a game without a dart at something.
78.
So
Tommy, you require.
he's now under a bit of pressure. Where's he going now? Well, he's going for that lovely middle of the bed route that he goes on 16s and 8s. Aims at the wire in the middle. No, this time purposely went 8, I believe. Uses the dart, surely. Lovely shot from Tommy Lishman, and that little skip shows you how pleased he was. Big win there for Tommy Lishman. He takes Sebastian Bialecki 4-3 and opens up his campaign. He was throwing well all game. 88.10 for Lishman. Tidy game. 4 from 13. He's going to have to sharpen up on that. We head into a short break, and we'll be back with Lee Cox against Pontus Danielsson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed the first round of fixtures on this Tuesday morning. We've seen a win for Pontus Danielsson 4-2 against David Evans, a 4-0 win for that man in your picture, Lee Cox. And before the break, Tommy Lishman, a 4-2 winner against Sebastian Bialecki. As far as the table is concerned, Lee Cox now has a 4-point lead at the top of it from David Evans, Tommy Lishman and Robert Thornton, who are all on 6 points respectively. And so temporarily, if Lee can get the better of Pontus, then he will open up a 6-point gap to the rest of the field, although of course that can be eaten up in the next couple of games. But he is putting himself in a really good position here to have a commanding lead overnight going into the final day's action tomorrow And for Lee, it would end that long wait for a Saturday night. The 2-year wait for an appearance on a Saturday evening. He got there
60.
first time of asking at the Live Lounge. But ever since, it's been a case of, well, almost every single way of just about missing out. Lee Cox has managed to do. I'll never forget he had a Group B campaign where on the first night he must have been averaging around about 93 for the evening. He didn't even win a game.
100.
Like I say, mentally he's a different person, I think, so far this week.
59.
I think today as a whole, the first 3 games, the averages are a little bit higher. Everybody's used to the venue now. It's Tuesday
81.
moving day, and it's all for us about who's going to make the move. You want to be getting yourself in a position now, don't you, where you just need a couple of 3 wins to get the group done and
82.
dusted on Wednesday. And is this going to be Lee Cox's day, and is he going to be the one that puts himself in that position?
50. Lee require 160.
160 for the opening leg. Isn't going to go, and so Pontus Danielsson will return for the big fish. And you get the sense of Lee as well that
60.
he'd like to have a gap. He doesn't want it to be tight or tetchy or nervy, considering the rate that he's had. However, Pontus is pondering the fish. Pontus
135.
couldn't even land that one in the pond.
Lee require 100.
Tops. There's the first.
60.
And just misses out with
Pontus
the second.
require 35.
And so this break chance for Danielsson. 2 in hand, a double 16. Only needs the one.
Leg, Pontus Danielsson.
And there really is a major improvement with Pontus Danielsson from day 1 to day 2.
Leg, it's Pontus
Averaged just under 90 in his first game
on.
against David Evans. A 17 dart breaker throw, but it was a better leg than that when you break it down.
22.
And right on cue, he hits a 22.
$60.
Slight delay there. Step back from Pontus and having a little look.
85.
Like I say, I thought Pontus was a little unlucky yesterday. There were a couple of 4-3s that went against him. And they sort of weighed him down
41.
a little bit as the day ended, didn't they? He lost a little bit of confidence there. Went down to 0 to Lee yesterday.
44.
And I think he kind of, the last couple of games, he went down to Evans as well in the last game of the day. And I think by then he was
60.
really frustrated with himself because of what had happened in the first 3 games. So he lost 4-3 to Robert Thornton. He'd beaten Sebastian Bialecki to open his game, and then lost 4-2 to Tommy Lishman. So his one win yesterday was against Seb Bialecki, who was probably the favourite for the group at the start of the day. So he'll be disappointed to have sort of not managed to convert the other 4.
Sebastian Bialecki, who wasn't just favourite to win this group, he was the favourite to win
140.
this week, and he's currently bottom of the table. Danielsson here, though, is looking at 109 for a 2-0 lead.
100. Pontus require 109.
He's left this a couple of times today, but he's not going to get a go at double 16. He's going to recover to leave
81.
himself
Lee require
on a double,
144.
forcing Lee to take this out.
Yeah, also on that upper left-hand side again, the 12s
60.
and the 14s.
Pontus require
Favouring that
28.
side.
2-0. No mistake.
Big shot on his second
Danielsson
leg. Pontus
doubles his
Danielsson.
advantage against Lee Cox.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
That's the first dart for Lee when it just hits the top of the
140.
bed like that.
Yeah, spot on, H. Absolutely. When he hits the top of that treble 20 wire on the inside, that's when he usually
92.
follows. Where he throws with quite a sort of, he holds the nose of the dart rather than
140.
being like a rear gripper of the dart. That then sits up lovely, that dart, to be hit by the next two at the right angle.
140.
There seems to be a lot of Colin Osborne tendencies, doesn't there, about that throw of Lee?
Yeah, the elbow is very high, isn't it?
100.
A lot of the players, although they keep the elbow still, the elbow's kind of low, but Lee's elbow is very high. And like Pontus looks like he's got a high elbow, but he hasn't because he's leaning so low forward. He's arched over a la Cam Crabtree. That's easy for me to say.
89.
Didn't need to go for the ball. Caught our spotters out there.
Cameron Crabtree, is that with 3 R's or 3 W's?
Yeah, 3 W's and 3 R's if you're saying it.
32.
Double 16. Luckily, there's no R's in the
Get
name
shot
of
on
Lee
the
Cox.
third
There's actually no
leg,
R's
Lee
involved
Cox.
in this game. Anyway, back to 2-1.
Fourth flag, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on. $58.
Heard he had a killer night last night as well.
82.
Somebody told me anyway.
I was just about to get that in and I couldn't remember whether that was half-eye or the Killers. Nice work.
140.
Travis for the support band.
Oh, wow. Yeah, my big night's out. I was supposed to be going to Rick Astley the other week with the wife on her birthday, for her birthday. Yeah, I didn't go.
So hold on. You're meant to go to Rick Astley, but you didn't. So you let her down and that hurt her.
No, she was much happier. She went with her mate.
Oh my goodness, did you see that? That was a missile-like collision. He shouldn't
20.
be there anyway. But
Yeah, not on 303. Should be downstairs anyway, but let's not over-criticise. I'd love to be able to get 2 darts that close together and knock one of the other ones out.
45.
I don't do that these days.
well, at least it was good grouping, I suppose.
But it's something we saw yesterday. It happened a couple of times yesterday, so I don't know whether it's,
43.
you know, with this new points ruling, can you actually rough your points up to stop that happening, or are you not allowed, or has the ruling been thrown out the window? Nobody really seems to know.
100.
Well, let's deal with the facts of it. It's referee's discretion as to the sharpness, the roughness of a point. Players
50.
do, as you know
Lee
all too
required
well, will use
134.
sandpaper sometimes just to roughen the points up.
So what you're saying is, because Jack's my mate, and if I was playing here, I could put barbs on my
94.
points, and he would say I'm not doing anything wrong because he's me mate.
No, because Jack Garwood would probably be tougher on you than probably anybody else.
Yeah, you're probably right.
100. Lee require 40.
I'll tell you who'd be the perfect person, Phil Bars, because he'll know exactly the regulations. He should be chief point monitor.
35. Pontus, you require 90.
I remember them sorts of people. We had a milk monitor at our school, so he could be the point monitor.
Straight for ball with dart 1, and he's going to head back there now, but he cannot find, and he's a bit
65.
frustrated about
Lee
that.
require 5.
Well, the way that his darts go in with the one underneath the bullseye to lay the one flat on the top would have been a lot easier. Coxie went 3 for double 1 earlier.
3.
And that
Pontus,
first
you
one was a bit of a
require
blocker, wasn't it?
25.
And this is a really, really important leg here. Really important leg.
No score.
And
Lee
what a dart that
required
is.
2.
Overtrained, just when you don't want it. Never go where you can bust, Pontus. Never go where you can bust.
You
No
must
score.
improve your bust, lads.
Pontus required
I don't know why he didn't go 1 for 24.
Well, he's persevering, and that was very safe.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
eventually,
leg.
all's well
Pontus
but ends well.
Danielsson.
3-1.
So are we saying those little bits of luck that he didn't get early doors yesterday, Pontus?
Fifth flag.
He's
It's
now
Lee
getting
to
a little
throw
bit come
first.
back his way, and he's still
Game
not
on.
happy. Mate, honestly, come on. You've got to be happy with that.
You get the sense that both players
100.
feel like they've left one or two bits out there that they feel like they can elevate their level.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. There's no two ways about it. For
60.
this sort of like mental side of the game, Lee Cox is coming here and Pontus is at the bottom of the group. And you're coming here thinking, well, I've got to have this game. This is the game that I've got to have.
140.
And sometimes you can put a little barrier up against it and think that it's just going to come to you. I don't think Lee thinks that. But we know from watching yesterday, and we were monitoring the games more than the guys would be in the back room, that Pontus was a tad unlucky early doors. And if they'd have gone his way a little bit more, I think the end of the day would have gone his way a little bit more. We said it was a tight group, top of the show yesterday, and it really is. But what I'm really impressed here with Coxie is he's not letting his head go down. Even though he's 3-1 down, he's not letting his head go down. He's not letting things get to him.
55.
And I've been really impressed with that because he can let the world get on his shoulders at times up there.
49.
This has been a great recovery leg. He's left himself on double 16 after 12 to bring it back to 3-2 and to force Pontus to serve this contest
60.
out.
Lee required 32.
He's the one that's responded the better of the two after the previous leg, and he was the player that lost it.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And he gets
Lee
that leg
Cox.
done in 14 darts, no drama at all. And so Pontus Danielsson has the darts here to get the better of Lee Cox.
Sixth leg.
Big
It's
leg,
Pontus to
big
throw
moment for
first.
the Swede.
Game on.
Yeah, impressive leg from Lee Cox there. And like you say, maybe on previous visits he'd have been chastising himself a little bit.
131.
That's a sign that he's feeling it's his week this week. It's very difficult to come here as a player. You know it's going to be very difficult to go and win 15 out of 15. You know that. And so
68.
you try to sort of consolidate on the games that you lose. You want to make sure you don't lose 2 in a row.
Do you reckon winning that challenge tour has brought a belief into Lee's
60.
game that perhaps he didn't have before?
Yeah, definitely. And I was there that day as well. And he was just, on that particular tournament, he was just so assertive. He
140.
really didn't have too much of a scare on that day either, on that particular tournament either. You're looking at it going, he is producing the numbers here, and unless he makes a mess
60.
of it himself, he'll win this one, and that's exactly what happened. But then you've got to be careful. Once you win one, then you expect to win them
95.
after that, and then people come for you because they know who you are now because you've won one. And you don't catch anybody by surprise anymore. Not that Lee does anyway, because he's been around for a while now.
58.
But you get judged by different means, don't you, once you win an event like that?
Yeah, exactly it, Henry. That's exactly it.
But I think the
58.
pressure that we put on him now in terms of expectations are the types of pressure that he's naturally been putting on himself for years.
Yeah, I think you're right, but it's nice to know that other
85.
people are
Lee
putting that pressure on you because
140.
they know how good you are. It's a lovely thing.
This could be a lovely finish. This for 3-3. Grazes the wire of the double 10.
Pontus, you require
And so
107.
Pontus Danielsson has a match-winning chance now.
If his points would have been a millimetre thinner, that dart was in for Lee Cox, honestly.
47. Lee required 10.
Well, he was in the background in this match, Lee Cox. But
Game
now
shot
he
on
has the
sixth
darts to win
flag,
the match.
Lee
We go
Cox.
all the way.
Yeah, sensible first dart, that. Nice and high, out the way. Any kids
Seventh and
watching,
final leg.
that's the
It's
way to
Lee
do
throw
it.
first.
Double 5 with 3
Game
in your
on.
hand. Very nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him.
I'm going to say this now. I don't think he would have done this 6 months ago. I think this is how far Lee has
135.
improved as a player.
He hasn't. Here we go.
180.
From nowhere to everywhere. And Cox now is on the cusp of winning this game with a 9.
100. Lee
I wouldn't have said it.
141.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes!
shot.
Get in there, Lee Cox!
Cox.
What a way to win a game! It doesn't get better than that. 9 dart, Lee Cox. We will be watching that for a while in all the replays. Look how chuffed he is, and quite rightly so. Where did that come from, he said, from 3-1 down. Absolutely superb. So chuffed for you, mate. Brilliant stuff. A 4-3 win in the way of Lee Cox in the form of a 9-darter. You don't get to commentate on many of those. Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. I've enjoyed that. So it's a 4-3 win for him. We're going to take all in what's just happened, and we'll head off to a short break, and we'll be back with Dave Evans versus Tommy Lishman.
Lee Cox, congratulations. What a way to win it. A 9-darter to bag the points. Sum up how you're feeling after that one.
Yeah, I don't really know. I'm happy just to get the 2 points. The 9-darter is a bonus. To win it like that is a big bonus, but the 2 points means more at the minute.
Did you know it was going? Because players say they've got a feeling that they know when it leaves their hands. When that dart left for double 12, did you know?
After the treble 20, I knew. My cover shots were pretty good, so I knew the 19 was going. And to myself, I was just throw it a double. And it went. Yeah, I knew.
To do it in that style, but to come from behind as well in the game, that shows some character. Would you have done that 6 months ago?
No, probably not. I'd have had my head down probably 2 weeks ago when I was last down there, getting grief for it. But yeah, no, 2 weeks ago I'd have had my head down. The other half keeps telling me, get your head up. don't show anyone anything, and just keep playing. And that's what I've done today.
How much can you take from that 9-darter into the rest of the day?
Let's go and get another 3 wins. Then we'll talk about the 9-darter. the points mean more than anything, so I need to get to Saturday. That's my aim. I need to get to Saturday.
Well, Lee, we'll let you get back to the practice room. Thanks very much, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Well, that was a moment of magic from Lee Cox, the 11th 9-darter that we've seen here at the Modus Super Series, the second of 2024. And so Tommy Lishman and David Evans follow that, lads. And I'm actually going to dig out Barzy here, because we were having a chat this morning, me and Phil, and we had a little bit of a joke about the possibility of a 9-darter.
Game on.
And Phil Bars is the only man in history that can make a joke about a 9-darter going, and the 9-darter goes. Congratulations, Lee Cox, for that feat.
57.
Scott Mitchell has calmed down.
How can you not love a moment like that? How can you not love a moment like that? And like I say, when it happens to a mate like Lee, it's pretty cool. And come on, Lee, you want to listen to your missus a bit more. She knows what she's talking about. Yeah, lovely moment for him. And how he's managing to keep a lid on it, I don't know. Because if that was me, I think I've missed 4 or 5 on double 12 in my darting career, somewhere or another. And if that was me, hit that there, you'd have been scraping me off the ceiling with a shovel. I would not have been able to stay calm. It would have been one of the things off your bucket list. And he's now done that.
Poor shovel.
Big shovel. Have to be a corn shovel, we call it, in the farming trade. They're a little bit bigger and wider.
108.
I tell you what, I just wonder whether that moment's just going to bring these proceedings to life, because I think we've been waiting for a major moment, and suddenly now it feels like Evans and Lishman have responded in kind.
140.
To be honest, I think all the lads in the back room will be chuffed for him. Obviously, Sebastian's hit one here as well, so he knows what that feeling is like.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Evans takes the opening leg, leads 1-0. A very poor 15 darts, 6 darts worse off than the last leg that we've seen.
It's Tommy to throw first.
Only you can get away with that.
$57.
It's interesting, actually, how many 9-darters here come in last legs of matches. Sebastian Bialecki's was to win a game against Anton Ersland.
46.
Jared Coles came to win a game. Or if you're Dale Pilgrim, you can hit a 9-darter and still lose the match. That being to Scott Taylor in Series 5.
100.
Leonard Gates as well.
$140.
Did you mention Connor? He's at 2.
Yes, as has Steve West. And Steve West actually did it to win a game. And I remember that game oh too well, because we were sat up on what was the old balcony. And during his practice darts in the commercial break, he shouted up to me about he's going to hit a 9-darter in this game. And I put pressure on Steve, because in the link before
56.
that match began, I said he's promised a 9-dart leg. And to be fair, he's like a postman. He delivered on that promise. And these two are delivering here, particularly David Evans, who is averaging just under 107. And that's felt like a sideshow after what we've just seen.
$92. David, you require 40.
Totser Evans. Double 10. For 2-zip.
On a second leg.
And a 14-darter. Averaging 103.66. This is a really good performance. As good as we've seen in terms of
third leg. It's David to
numbers
throw first.
This week.
Game on.
Lishman has done nothing wrong here.
60.
Lishman really has done nothing wrong there.
100.
Scoring section of the game. It's 4 ton pluses in the favour of David Evans, and that's 5
60.
ton pluses to Lishman, and he's still 2-0 down.
$60. $96. $43. $130.
Good pick up there from Evans.
$174. David, you require 155.
Lishman with more of his treble visits.
45. Tommy, you require 124.
Well, this may just be the spark that Lishman needs here. I mean, he's averaging 94 himself, but he's just not getting any opportunities. And it may just be pop shots at 1-2-4s that he may be
David, you
left
require
to if Evans takes out the 110. He's left himself on a double, but is he going to get a go? Yes is the answer. And it's an opportunity
45.
that he has earned
Tommy,
and he's
you require
warranted on the basis
32.
of his performance in this match thus far.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
third
absolutely.
leg.
And now
Tommy Lishman.
Lishman has the throw, and he'll feel if he can hold here
Full
that
flag.
Evans has
It's
really
Tommy to
thrown the
throw
kitchen
first.
sink at him, and
Game on.
he's still in it. And Evans will be feeling the same. I've thrown the kitchen sink at you. And if he manages to stay there at 2-2, but he needs a little more than this to open up.
40. $108.
Well and truly punished, that opening score from Lishman.
Well, that's his third max of the match, David Evans.
140.
Averaging 97 thus far. And hang on a minute.
He was thinking it, wasn't he? He was thinking it.
Let's be honest. As soon as somebody hits a maxi to begin a leg for the rest of the day, it's going to be the thought that leaks through everybody's mind in this building. Can we pretend this is a 9? Can we just pretend it's 3 darts earlier?
Indeed. 2 in this match for Lishman. 14 in 7 games for Lishman.
170. Tommy, you require 141.
Well, I think we all know this has been taken out today.
Oh. 121.
What a setup.
David, you require
What
11.
a setup that was. To leave himself on double 10. But is he even going to get a chance at it? Because Evans fires in an 11 dart leg to break. And he leads 3-1. And he now has the darts to win the match.
Fifth flag. It's
Averaging in excess of a ton.
Game on.
Tommy Lishman's averaging in excess of a ton. But he is getting no reward for those efforts.
100.
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match.
3rd for Lishman. It's kind of a back at you moment, Mr. Evans here. And
oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now.
Silence as the tumbleweed comes through the commentary box.
42. Tommy, you require
Lee Cox did it in the last
141.
match. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Lishman!
Back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back matches. It was Lee Cox last time. It's Tommy Lishman this time. As good as it gets.
6th leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
It doesn't get better than that. It simply doesn't.
What I love about that, the composure. He slowed his throw down. The composure, the deliberateness of it all. And he still goes and hits it. Amazing, amazing, amazing 9-darter.
That's the 12th 9-darter in the history of the Super Series. And David Evans...
140.
No. Okay, we're getting a bit carried away now. Also, Scott, can I just point out one other thing, which has been completely missed out? Because of the Maxi Fest, the record for 180s in a game is 9. We're currently at 7.
100.
The way things are going, that could very much be a possibility. The average is 110 for Lishman, a ton on the nose for Evans.
100.
We said it could be all a bit touchy-feely yesterday in the first day and moving day was today. My word, the darts we're seeing so far in the first 5 games today, it's a definite big lift.
100.
Scott, I'm going to crowbar this commentary box door shut.
Wow, we've got plenty of time. There could be a third. We could end up being the number 1 and 2 commentators in this place at this rate.
167.
Just for the luck we bring with the 9 darters.
Well, this is incredible. Absolutely incredible. The last time I can remember
85.
2 9-darters being
David,
hit in
you
the same
require
session of a
140.
televised event was the 2014 World Championship. Evans can win the game here with the 140. And if he hit that, by the way, Tommy Lishman would have lost of an average just under 109.
88. Tommy, you require
But he is going to get a chance
82.
here on the 82 to take us all the way to a deciding leg. Bullseye. Doesn't go.
57.
And so David
you
Evans is going to
require
have a chance to
52.
win this game on 52 to end a thriller of a contest. A contest which has seen a 9, but it's
David
a contest
Evans.
that is won by David Evans. Lishman got the 9. Evans bagged the points. Despite an average of just under 107, Tommy Lishman is lost. He's the man, but Stretch is the victor. What a moment that is, though, for Tommy Lishman. He is beaming from ear to ear about the achievement of the 9. What a moment. What a match. What a day we have seen here at the Super Series so far. Well, no pressure, Rob. No pressure, Seb. We're going to watch that after the break.
Tommy, congratulations. What a 9-darter that was. And talking to you there before we came back, the first competitive one you've hit, just sum it up for us.
Unbelievable, mate. There's no feeling like it. Honestly, I just jumped off the stage. I've hit quite a few practicing, but to hit one in an actual competitive game, I've missed the double a few times in tournaments, but to do it here as well was unreal.
We saw you reset going for the 1-4-1 as well. How nervy was that moment?
It was very nervous. I was nervous in my first game, really nervous in my first game. And I just tried to settle down in the back room, just get ready. And I don't know, you've hit it, especially when Lee's just done it the game before, which was superb as well. You just want to follow it. I was like, come on, let me do one as well, just to take the limelight off him a little bit.
Well, you touched on Lee doing it there. What's it like in the practice room when someone else hits it and then you go up there?
Oh, that was amazing. When Lee hit it, we was all stood up cheering. I don't know if he heard us from in here, but you're like just one big group. It was ace. We was all buzzing for him. Like, that is ace to it now up there. But I've done it the next game. Very next game. I can't believe it.
Well, first time we've had 2 in a session in the Super Series. Are we going to have 3 before the day's out?
I hope so. I hope I can hit another.
Well, Tommy, congratulations. Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well, what a day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And you know the best bit about it is you can be here on a Saturday night and you can watch darts of this quality, this stature, this standard for just £2 by heading over to www.dartshop.tv. And who knows, you may see a 9-darter there on Saturday evening. We've never seen one on a Saturday night, but then we never saw 2 in a session before. There's no way, is there, that there could be a third in successive matches. But we'll diverge from that for now, because crucially, before the break, David Evans beat Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 2. What that did in the context of the table was put him onto 8 points. Robert Thornton, with a win here against Bialecki, could also move on to 4 points. It'll keep him 4 behind Lee Cox. However, if Sebastian Bialecki can win this game, then you'll have Cox on 12, Evans on 8, Lishman, Thornton, Bialecki on 6.
125.
Oh, I was nearly getting excited for Thornton then. Mr. 180 there with his last dart. We know Robert does 180s, but he does them double in, doesn't he?
59.
As we try to grab a breath
100.
here, it's just been a sensational start to the day. We were saying after game 3 what a better start it was, and the averages were higher, and everybody's hit the ground running this morning.
140.
These two also have previous on 9-darters. Let's not forget. Seb here in the Live Lounge. Are we now looking at this as a venue that's had the most 9-darters within it? Worldwide?
82.
Possibly?
Possibly. I mean, the Addy Pally will have a lot in there as well, but obviously they've been going for a lot longer playing darts in that venue. But 12 9-darters now in the history of the Modus Super Series. If there's another one, then we're going to have to sub-Phil Bars in because my voice is in tatters.
83.
But let's give these two players the respect and attention that they deserve for their efforts. Thornton leaving 111 after 12 to take out this
100.
opening leg.
Robert, you require 111.
And you can just tell what's happened has inspired all 6 players.
91. Sebastian, you require 110.
And darts is one of those sports where one follows another by and large. And you're seeing that happen here. Brilliant. Dart upon dart,
74.
leg upon leg.
Robert, you
But
require
Bialecki
20.
misses the double 18 there for the 110. Thornton double 5.
Game shot
Finds
on
the
the
double
first
5
leg, Robert
and fires
Thornton.
himself into a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on. $96. $22.
Well, from the sublime to the ridiculous. I mentioned earlier, the last time that there has been 2 9-darters, or the last time I can remember there being 2 9-darters in a televised session, was in the 2014 PDC World Championship. It was an afternoon session where Terry Jenkins and Kyle Anderson both hit 9-darters. And they actually both
41.
went on to lose their respective matches to Per Lawson and to Ian Diamond White, respectively. However,
95.
if you hit it in a last leg decider, you can't lose the game. At least Lee Cox did that. He did 2 jobs in one there, really, didn't he?
134.
Yeah, do I recall rightly that Hamgo and Price hit 2 in one night in the Premier League?
Yes, in Belfast, wasn't it, last year?
60.
So Kyle Anderson cost Terry Jenkins the best part of 10, 15 grand that day. At least if you hit 2 yourself, you're not going to get rid of anything on the pro rata basis.
60. $96.
Tell you what, I've actually just had a message from a well-respected
140. Sebastian,
friend
you
of
require
mine, and
126.
Barnsley and Wigan will probably be the 2 venues of the most 9s.
Yeah, I was thinking that the same myself, actually.
Bullseye. Just losing the
79.
line a little bit now is Seb.
Yeah, the minute I said it, I thought, oh, that's
Robert, you
probably the
require
case.
104.
Barnsley or Wigan.
104 here for Thornton. Looking for the treble 18 there to
56.
give himself a dart at double
Sebastian, you
16.
require
And so
47.
Bialecki to level up, looking at 47. Double 16 to square this contest up.
Game's on
Superb.
a second leg. Sebastian
Superb from
Bialecki.
Seb to square up at 1-1.
To go back to the 9-dart leg thing, you know, back in the day when I started, if a 9-dart leg was
It's
quite a
Robert to throw
rarity
first. Game
16
on.
years ago, and there was big money for 9-dart shots and everything. Well, that's all gone out the window. They're being hit everywhere now. The standard and the way the
125.
game has gone, it's just flying through the roof.
Well, actually, the 2 9-dart protagonists take part in the next game.
58.
Lishman and Cox.
137.
And of course, these sort of moments give you a bond for the rest of your life as well. So whether Tommy and Lee knew each other too much before now, for the rest of their lives, when they bump into that dart room and they walk in, they will have these moments here at the Super Series stick with them for the rest of their lives, and they'll always have a bond. It's just pretty amazing.
As do me and you, Scott. As do me and you.
Yeah, you keep buying the lattes, I'll keep bringing the eggs in.
Deal. Thornton looking to deal with a 2-1 lead here. If he can find the 105.
99. Robert, you require 105.
Be for a 12-darter as well. Treble 15. Would have given him a dart at tops. It's been a weird game this for Robert, because he started very well on throw, had a very poor leg against throw, but then leg 3 has fired back up the furnace again.
100. Robert, you require
And so this
69.
for 2-1 in Thornton's favour. Double 12. Great first dart, great marker, and uses
shot
it
on
as
the
the
third
perfect
leg,
guide for
Robert
dart 3,
Thornton.
and Thornton leads 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's Sebastian to throw first. Game on. $29. $42. $96.
If Sebastian loses this game, we've got to seriously consider him as a player that could be playing in Group C. And I think it's fair to say before a dart was thrown yesterday, we would never have labelled that tag at Bialecki's door.
No, we wouldn't. But then, one of those sorts of characters that would
100.
bounce back from that, and you still wouldn't have bet against him, even being in Group C, of making the Saturday night.
140.
It takes some big stuff as well to come back from something like that. But we've seen it here before at the Super Series. A poor showing in Group A has sometimes turned out to be turn into an excellent showing in Group C.
$140.
Well, that 140 forces Seb to take out this 136. He may take out the 136, but Dart 2 evades the treble.
Robert,
So Thornton 45 for the break-in 3-1. At his best, Tops is on a string.
35.
But neither that or double 10
Sebastian,
has
you require
been in
40.
his favour so far this week.
Game shot on the fourth
And Seb
leg.
squares up
Sebastian
2-2.
Bialecki. Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Bialecki takes his
Game
chance. And that's the impressive thing with him. He's still only 20. We forget that with Sebastian because we've seen him on so many TV events, so many big stages. We forget. He's still a very young man with a very bright future ahead of him, that's for sure.
$135. $100.
The calm after the storm here in Portsmouth.
47.
If you have just joined us, we saw 2 9-darters in the last 2 games. Lee Cox hitting one against Pontus Danielsson and Tommy Lishman in a losing effort against Lee Evans. He averaged 106 in that game and lost 4-2.
177.
Bialecki here has turned the screw in this game. Remember, Thornton had a dart at tops, a dart at double 10 to have a 3-1 lead in this game. But suddenly Bialecki could find himself 3-2 up if he can find the 164. Treble 18. Doesn't go.
132. Robert, you require 160.
Double top. Thornton.
Game shot on a fifth
Oh,
leg.
right
Robert
in the
Thornton.
top corner. Wow, this day just does not stop giving.
Sixth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
What is in the water in Portsmouth this morning?
59.
I've always been advised not to drink the water in Portsmouth, but I'm going to have to ignore that advice.
Apart from the algae, it's fine.
81.
Well, you should know, local lad.
Why do you think I've turned out the way I am?
Take your socks and shoes off. Let me count your toes.
2 treble turn there for Seb. Averaging 92. Thornton averaging 91. Yesterday, this would have been up there, one of the best performances of the day, but everybody's brought their standard up to such a level that it's feeling kind of mediocre, averaging low 90s now.
No good leaving your good stuff in the practice room, Henry.
132.
They're certainly not doing that today, are they?
No, they're definitely bringing it to the party today. Day 2 known as moving
60.
day here, the Tuesday in Group A, and we're seeing movement all over the board.
$59.
Seb 117 points away from sending us all the way to a last leg decider. You know what happened in the last leg decider we saw?
65. Sebastian, you require 117.
Well, 170 plays 117. And it's Bialecki with first poke. And he's going to get a dart at tops.
77.
Thornton's had a 160.
Robert, you
Can he
require
finish with a 170?
135. Sebastian, you require 40.
Tops for Seb. For 3-3. Double 10. Up for 5s. And we go the distance.
Sebastian Bialecki.
Let's face it, it deserves to be 3-3 this game. There's nothing in the averages here. 91 Thornton, 90 Bialecki, and
7th and final
definitely
leg.
deserves a last leg, this one.
Game on. $96.
In terms of the context of this group, Thornton wins this leg. He moves on to 8 points. Level with David Evans at the top of the table. However, if Seb can win it, he moves on to 6 points.
100.
I mean, there'll be 3 players on 6 points. Evans on 8 and Cox on 12.
134. $60.
And now it's advantage Thornton. Bialecki did all the hard work in this game, but it feels like he's letting it slip now. Had a dart at tops on the back of the 117 to
28.
win the match in the previous leg.
Yeah, but he's only one treble behind now, and he has a big chance now to get back in this game. How does Seb see it? He knows he's trying to make sure of that treble that he needs, 96. And there it is. He's back in the game now. Thornton has to front run this.
85.
At least one with the last. What Robert tends to do is thunder that one into the one before. We see a lot of deflections from his darts, but he uses his darts well when in the treble 20. Seb needs a treble now, last
45.
dart. And that
Robert,
shrug of the shoulders and the head
158.
dropping shows he knows that was a mistake.
Which gives Thornton 6 and the 158 to get over the line and seal a 4-3 victory.
And he sought a treble there he was after, but 140 here from Seb still puts that 63 under pressure. It's not going to happen. He's got to move out.
59.
And once again goes trebleless. And he knows the writing is on the wall.
Thornton 3 from 7 on the doubles.
Robert, you require 63.
63 points away from the win. He's going to get 2 darts at double 12. 1 at double 6. And it's a win for Robert Thornton, which puts him on to 8 points in the group. It keeps him close by the league leader, Lee Cox. He beats Bialecki in 7th. Seb, who found himself 3-2 to the good, but it was Thornton who ran out the 4-3 winner. That the tail of the tape in that game. Thornton winning 4-3. Coming up after the break, it's the 2 9-dart heroes going toe-to-toe as Tommy Lishman takes on Lee Cox.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
penalty in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
What a way to win a game! You never get...
Goodness gracious, wait! Goodness gracious me indeed. These two have already hit a 9-darter today at the Super Series of Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman. And these two heroes go toe-to-toe in our 7th game of the morning session at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What could this game deliver? It promises a lot. But let's get to the context of the group first, because Lee Cox leads the way with 12 points to his name. If he wins this, he moves on to 14. If Lishman wins, then the gap is kept to 4, and David Evans would have the chance to get Sebastian Bialecki to then put himself in striking distance, 2 points behind, and the pair would meet in the final game of the day. And I suppose the biggest hope in terms of this contest is both
First
players,
leg, it's Tommy
as
to
they
throw first.
serenade
Game
one
on.
another beautifully, eloquently, is that they have been able to calm down, that they've had chance just to bring the heart rate levels down,
57.
relax, and just remember this is a different game in isolation.
I'd still be smiling like a Cheshire cat, I tell you.
55.
Great, great stuff. And what I have noticed is they've both got blue on their shirts. So I'm off home now to phone me shirt
100.
sponsor and ditch the pink.
I'm not sure Scotty Dog in blue would ever feel right.
100.
Yeah, I think you've got something there, Henry. Yeah, you've convinced me. I'll stay pink then.
60. $100.
Well, pretty much everything as you were after the first 3 visits of this opening leg of the contest.
78.
And Ishman's got to get 6 from 206 to take
77.
the opening rubber of this contest.
$140.
And needs himself on 66 to do exactly that.
96. Tommy, you require 66.
For a 1-0 lead. Tops is what he wants.
46.
But not what he's
Lee
able to
requires
find.
73.
Yeah, rushed it a little bit there, didn't he? That last start.
Game shot on the first leg, Lee Cox.
Confidence is oozing.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Well, Lee Cox has won his last leg in exactly double the time it took him to win the last. The one before that.
100.
18 darts to get the opening leg break on Tommy Lishman. It would be disappointing, really, from the position he was in that leg to only have had 1 dart to win it.
108.
Well, hang on.
Didn't deep breaths, deep breaths.
Every single time there is a maxi to start a leg
77.
in this game, hope will spring further eternal.
Boo.
100.
And the thing is, it's going to be in both players' minds. Of course it's going to be in both players' minds.
It's in every player's mind, every person's mind, any staff's mind that's working here down in the dungeon
140.
today. The engine room of the Super Series.
131.
Work that goes into bringing you these pictures. We have a team second to none here.
To answer Paul's question in the chat room, it's the
100.
first time 2-9 darts
you
have been hit in
require
the same
90.
session here. But it's the 90 that Lishman wants. It's the bull that he wants. But not what he
65.
finds. And Cox is
You
in
require
position here
84.
to open up a 2-0 lead. Two 11s.
62.
Would have been for 2-0.
Tommy, you require 25.
Double 12.
Game shot on
Squares
the
this
second
contest
leg,
up at
Tommy
1-1.
Lishman.
14 darter for Tommy Lishman.
Is there any relevance in the
Third leg, it's Tommy to
date
throw
today?
first.
It's the 9th of July.
Game on.
Could we call it 9 Dart Tuesday?
I think you've just given it the label, Scott. It's got the perfect ring to it.
96.
I think we could get T-shirts made and everything. Obviously, they'd have to be blue because of the 2 9 Dart heroes there right on your screen. Having a bit of blue in their shirt. We could have a blue T-shirt.
140.
Super Series logo on the sleeve. It's 9 Dart Tuesday.
Well, I've seen all sorts of darting merchandise over the years, including a It's Tungsten Time t-shirt, which are now
81.
available at all local car boot sales. So it probably could catch on. I've got to be honest.
140.
I'm going to break the fourth wall a little bit here, Scott. I feel sorry for one of our social media team who's taken today off as it's their birthday. I suppose it's some birthday present.
89.
Well, it's been our birthday just to be here in such moments.
Absolutely, my friend.
60.
Well, Cox here is left 161 after 9.
$46.
And the frustration
Lee
palpable on the
require
face of Lishman because it's
161.
allowed Cox 6 here to break.
Yeah, well, he did everything right there to have a chance of leaving the 170 and then just
55.
didn't quite relax to try and make sure he hit a big 20 with his last. And now we're looking to make a dent in this. Got to go downstairs now, surely.
49.
Gets the
Lee
9
require
off.
106.
Not the way he wanted to. So 106 here. Coxie treble 18. Double 16.
74. Tommy, you require 140.
So 140 here for Lishman to open up a 2-1 advantage. Perfectly sat. Double 10. Delightful.
Game shot on a third leg.
Absolutely
Tommy
delightful
Lishman.
from Tommy Lishman. A wry smile on the face, but a superb
flag, it's Lee
checkout
to throw
which
first.
gives him the ascendancy
Game
in a
on.
game in which it looked like at times he was second best in.
I love seeing somebody play the game in this manner. Happy-go-lucky
100.
manner from Tommy Lishman. This all started, yesterday in that last game that he had yesterday where he couldn't get things right earlier in the day and he was missing doubles and
57.
allowing his opponents in. And that last game yesterday, we saw him shoot a 108 and a 106 and win the game. And it was a big turning point for him.
60.
From 5 on the doubles at that point as well in that game. So where he was going like 2 from 12 and everything in games before, he sorted the problem out then, and that sent him in today with a lot of confidence, and does get more confident than getting a 9 darter.
96.
Well, that is a conspicuous dart. And Jack Garwood
80.
has to double check the legitimacy there. And the rule is the point has to penetrate the board. It didn't do so. And so 80 was the score
57.
given by the referee.
You know it's tight when the referee starts getting his phone out and putting a light on the
59.
scene. See if there's a shadow under the point or a gap of light under the point.
We might need hotspot like they use in cricket.
140.
But that 140 has left Cox on 48 to square this contest up at 2-2. Averaging
100.
again in excess of 90.
They require 48.
It's double 16.
Game shot on a fourth
Well, this is
leg.
another
Leacock.
incredible contest, which is sat level at 2-2.
Puffs his cheeks out there because he nearly bust that with the first
Fifth leg.
dart.
It's Tommy to throw first.
It was a little... He was dicing with danger there, a little bit close to the treble 16. But he's still got
58.
happy thoughts in his head. And he was able to convert the 32.
37. $57. $100.
How long could you imagine the adrenaline of what has happened to both players will be in the body for? Do you think it'll be there for the rest of the day?
92.
Yeah, of course it'll be there for the rest of the day. And then they're going to get messages and everything after the session finishes when their phones return to them. It will go on for most of the day today. And if not, they'll bring some of it back again
140.
tomorrow. And knowing these two guys, they'll want to reply to as many of those messages that they've received. And
60.
as Lee says before his visit here, sometimes he gets a few messages and a bit in the ear. Oh, it'd be lovely to be receiving ones for the right reasons now, and quite rightly so.
85.
Quite rightly so.
$102. Lee require 139.
The 139 isn't going to go, and we know Lishman has a penchant for the bullseye.
59.
And the 132 is the perfect shot for that. But it's not going to be executed. He's going to do
102.
the next best job.
Jack 112. Lee require
80 here for Lee to lead 3-2. Tops is what he wants.
60.
But not what he gets, and so Lishman
Tommy
now has
require
the
20.
opportunity to move on to the hill.
Statistically, the best double for a left-hander.
Game shot on a fifth leg. Tommy Lishman.
Thank you, Tommy. Made me look like I knew what I was talking about.
Occasionally happens.
Sixth leg. It's Lee to throw
Not a lot.
first. Game on.
Let's not get carried away with it. You mentioned about the adrenaline
99.
still going through their body. It's still going through ours here in the comms box.
$58.
Put it this way, my voice knows that there's been 2 9-darters today.
I've got to be honestly, I went all squeaky deeks as well on the Lee Cox 9-dart.
60.
I don't know what happened to my voice there. I've always been Barry White type voice, but yeah, it all went squeaky deeks.
180.
There's an irony that you've commentated on more 9-darters than you've hit.
Well, that wasn't difficult. I haven't hit one.
100.
Do you realise we've got the same amount of competition 9-darters, Scott?
We have indeed. How many have you got in practice, though? I've got 11.
Don't practice.
Nor do I.
93.
Imagine how many I'd have if I did.
Well, from the perfect heights to potentially the fish for Lish. It would be the Lishman.
100. Tommy, you require 170.
Can he reel it in to win the contest? No is the answer on this particular occasion, and so Cox is going to come back for the 142 to take us all the way.
142.
Lishman's left himself on double 18, and he's going to get his opportunity at that double to win this contest, to win this match between 90. The two heroes
Tommy,
of the day.
36.
And it would mean that Lee Cox is going to be left in a vulnerable position in terms of the group. It would move Lishman on to 8. And it's going to keep Lee Cox at bay. And it's Tommy Lishman that wins the battle of the two 9-dart kings. He beats Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2. The 140 was added to the 141 that he hit for the 9 in the previous match. That the tail of the tape. Both players averaging 88, but it's the 4 from the 6 on the doubles that's won the game for Lishman. Coming up next, Pontus Danielsson against Robert Thornton.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Yeah, match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tommy Lishman got the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 2, averaging 88.5, 4 from 6 on the doubles, including a 140 checkout. And it means that the league leader has been defeated for the first time today. And so next up for us, Robert Thornton can put himself in striking distance of the table topper if he can get the better of Pontus Danielsson, who had that 9-darter hit against him by Lee Cox. In fact, both of these players have seen some brilliance hit against them today. Thornton beating Sebastian Bialecki in a topsy-turvy tussle last time out in match 6 of our day. He's been on and off in next to no time at all. And
First
so
leg, it's Pontus to
we
throw
now
first.
head to the
Game on.
middle portion of what has been a day at the Super Series of which we will never ever forget.
And if you've only just joined us, where on earth have you been?
68.
We do apologise. We've had the last 2 games didn't have a 9-darter, so we do apologise for that if you've just joined us, having missed the 2 9-darters in games back to back. History made here at the Super Series once more.
81.
And this venue just keeps giving.
Well, the players just keep delivering.
60.
And I actually like the way that it's been done, because it sums the Super Series up. You've got a player like Lee Cox, who's been doing some great stuff on the PDC tours, and then you've got a player
95.
the caliber of Tommy Lishman, an ADC qualifier, doing what he did. And I think that just sums the Super Series up in a nutshell.
80.
Paul Nicholson came up with an amazing phrase. It's a place where worlds collide. And when you think about that aspect, it most certainly did.
59. 100.
Thornton first to a finish, leaving himself on 1-2-1 to get the breaker throw.
$42. Robert, you require 121.
Treble 17 gives Thornton a dart at the ball.
77.
Just off line.
Pontus, you require 156.
Stranger things have happened this morning. You've got to give it a chance, though. That's the one thing you must do as a dart player.
41.
Never let go of that
Robert,
dart.
You require 44.
Unless you're giving it a damn good chance.
Well, that slip means double 13 for Thornton.
18.
And a couple of blots on the doubles
Pontus,
means
you
that
require
Pontus is back, but from
115.
156, he would have hoped to have left it much handier than 115. Treble 18 for tops. Doesn't go, and so Thornton
39.
return for double 13.
Robert, you require 26.
Pontus is having one of them legs.
Game shot on the first leg, Robert Thornton.
It's all about management of the board there, and he went for tops to leave 36, didn't he? It's just sometimes you've got to do the right thing, and there he is shaking his head because he threw one off the top of the board, and he's creating his own problems at times this morning and yesterday.
Game on.
Pontus with a little bit of the board management that maybe needs to change.
100.
He will get there.
$60.
And I'm not saying that going double top with the last dart is wrong, because that's the way that the game is going these days. You know, 15, 20 years ago in the pub, if you had 76 left and somebody went for double top to leave 36, somebody would be getting one upside the ear roll. There's no two ways about it. But the game has changed. The board is being used in a different manner.
99.
We know the counting of the Dutch stars over the last 15 years have changed the game and the way that the game works and the way that the players see the game. Every part of the dartboard now is fair game. And is that because of the likes of
85.
soft tip darts, where you use more of the board? I don't know, but whatever it is, I think it's made the game better and more exciting.
Well, it's a little bit like football in a sense, where in the Premier League, when the
45.
likes of Arsene Wenger and Pep Guardiola have come into English football, the way that football is played in this country is different to as it was a couple of decades ago. And it's that evolution that
140.
every sport has. And for this sport, there's not much you can evolve. It is things like that, but players in Europe have been able to give us that.
47.
And Thornton
Robert, you
could give us a
require
2-0 lead if he could pin double 18. No
Game shot on
mistake,
the
14
second
darter,
leg,
Thornton's
Robert
in
Thornton.
control.
Yeah, all sports develop. You're absolutely right. I mean, you know, with football, nobody wears a duffel coat now with a number 6 on the back,
Third
do they?
leg, it's Pontus
You
to
know,
throw
for football,
first.
it's all these
Game on.
lovely, silky, lightweight, breathable, to make things better for the players. And the boots aren't hobnail boots anymore, are they? With a few screws stuck in the bottom. You know, the game has developed, and this is how I feel about the game with darts. I think that the game is being developed on the board without the board actually changing.
100.
We saw, you know, the round wires disappear and go to the blade wires. And I think darts, although a very simple sport, like football, has developed and moved
140.
and gone with the times. And then, you know, you had the PDC and the varying ways and the Challenge Tour and the JDC.
93.
It's all developing and moving.
I was actually with Steve Brown down in Bristol on Sunday. And we were having a real good conversation for about 20 minutes or so about the evolution of the game, particularly obviously as chairman of the JDC.
40.
And he was mentioning players are being developed and brought through in a way now that they haven't done so before. And we're not just talking about the dart side of it, specifically the playing side of it. It's the off the hockey things. Like, for example, he was telling me how Luke Little at the age of 14 was being given media training and things like that. So it's not just that what you see on the board that
61.
players are being taught better than ever before. It's those other things away from the board where players are being taught better than before. Pontus
you require
looking at 97 here for a 2-1 deficit to be reduced from 2-0. Tops.
57.
Doesn't go, but Thornton isn't in any kind of territory to threaten.
133.
He will be when he returns.
Pontus, you require 40.
It's double 10. It's up for 5, so he's chasing around and chasing
35.
around. And he could
Robert,
be
you require
further behind
74.
if Thornton can nail the 74.
Opportunity knocks for Thornton. Is he going to take the opportunity? It's 20 for tops, and the answer is no.
34. Pontus, you require 5.
So Pontus Danielsson is going to have a dart at double 2, a couple of darts at double 2, but just the one at the Madhouse.
3.
Spurning chance
Robert,
after
you
chance. It's now
40.
7 missed darts at a double in this game. But Thornton now is fluffing his lines on the outer ring. Double 18.
Game shot
That's been the friend for him in
Robert
this game.
Thornton.
Finds it again, lead 3-0.
Got himself into the mire there, didn't he? Hitting that one, going for tops. Chastised himself a little bit, then composed himself and used his
Fourth
talent to
flag.
get
It's
himself
Robert
out
to
of
throw
it. And
first. Game on. Pontus
Pontus Danielsson is there, sat wondering what if once more.
180.
Well, we're here again, Scott. No, we're not.
Too early again, H. Too early. I will get the duct tape out. That's every
50.
180 if I need to.
I think people hope that's the case on a permanent basis.
Yeah, and I'll have all the joy when I keep tearing it off and half your beard comes with it.
140.
I think that's more for after the watershed, Scott, if I'll be perfectly honest with you.
101.
Well,
Indeed.
that's excellent counting from Thornton. 25 leaves himself on the fish.
It's the 170, pretty much the only thing we haven't seen so far
91.
today.
Robert, you require 170.
You wouldn't rule it out in Thornton's case, but Pontus is going to get a go at the fish, and he may have to take
58.
it out to save the game.
Pontus, you require 170.
But clips the top wire, dangles loose like a tooth.
96.
So Thornton has the chance
Robert,
to
you
win this
require
game.
112.
With this one, 12. Tops of the win.
92.
Would have been to have sealed it in
Pontus, you require
style.
74.
But Danielsson 74 to reduce the gap.
$54. Robert, you require 20.
Not to be, and so Thornton will come back for
Get
double
shot
10
and the
to
match.
pick the points
Robert
up.
Thornton.
And it puts him a couple of points off Lee Cox at the top of the table. Robert Thornton runs out a 4-0 winner against Pontus Danielsson. A routine display, wasn't at his best, but it was enough to seal a 4-zip win. Bialecki and Evans follows next.
Welcome back to the Super Series. This is game 9 this morning, and this will complete our third block of matches. If you just joined us, where have you been? You've missed a couple of 9-darters to boot. But just before the break, we saw Robert Thornton taking a 4-0 win over Pontus Danielsson. And Robert beat Pontus yesterday as well, so Thornton now making a move.
First leg, it's Sebastian
to the top of the table.
Game on.
These two guys been waiting in the wings. Sebastian Bialecki really hasn't quite performed the way we thought he would. Favourite for the group and favourite for the week yesterday morning. Has been kind of, it feels like he's been picked on with the players actually playing some of their best games against him. I don't think that he's played overly badly. I just think that maybe they saw that caption come up with him being favourite for the week and the group
108
yesterday, and everybody, well, we've got to target this man, and I think that's a little bit of what's happened to him. But a nice 180 there to show that he's not going anywhere. He's still going to play relaxed.
60.
And Dave Evans, we saw a masterful performance from him last time out, beating Lishman 4-2. Lishman had a 9-darter in that game, but Dave Evans still beating 4-2 with 100 average and looked very, very good indeed.
140.
You get the sense that players have been exploiting Sebastian Bialecki's weaknesses, and that every single time he has had a patch where he's just been a little bit off, everybody else has been able to turn it on and punish those lapses.
Yeah, spot on, Henry. Well put. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that because he's not been bad right the way through games. It might be a double that he gets punished for, or
Sebastian,
whatever. Look at that 70. From Evans. 171 to leave 32. That's nicely converted. Because that's a prime example of what you're just saying. Bialecki was on 70.
Second leg,
Evans was way back on 203. And you think, well, you know, it's a double turner corner. Bialecki's here. He's got this leg. No, Evans hits a 171 to leave 32. And that's 70.
57.
Massive pressure.
When that first dart hits the treble like that, it's usually inviting for Seb.
100.
But maybe it's just been a few times where he hasn't been able to follow up good darts.
Yeah, absolutely. But as a player, you know when it's not quite going right, and you know when you're not quite finding that first dart treble. And those are the days you've got to dig in and try and turn yourself into a last dart treble merchant. So you're never too far and out of the game.
180.
Averaging 111.5 right now is Seb. David Evans is averaging 111 himself. In fact, he's averaging. He would have been averaging a little bit more. He does average a bit more, and now he's lost a dart down the bottom of the stage into the light section.
Yeah, you got to be not staring into those lights when you pick your darts up, because they can
80.
Blind you a little bit if you're not careful.
I think the treble 20's given up all hope now, hasn't it? It's had enough of being battered.
45. Sebastian, you require 141. $125. David, you require
leaving double 8 after 12, but is he going to get a poke at it? Yes is the answer.
59. Sebastian,
Touch unlucky that 16. Evans. 2 lovely thrown darts, just didn't find their desired destination.
Gave shot on a
that
second
one has
leg.
for
Sebastian Bialecki.
Bialecki once more. Double 8 being his friend once again.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He must be thinking, what on earth is happening against him right now, David Evans? Because In his last game, Tommy Lishman averaged
57.
106, hit a 9 against him. And at this present moment in time, Sebastian Bialecki's on the best part of a ton.
$140.
It comes to a point as a player in some of these games where you think, I have to hit. What is he doing to me? I've just got to get my head down, not think. I have to hit. And there's Bialecki's third 180 of this match. To put that into
58.
context, over the last day and a half, he's hit 7. I know he's hit 3 in one match to take him on to 10 for this Group A campaign.
94.
He's himself on 170 for a 3-0 lead. Average 105.24. And Evans himself hasn't had a dart at double in this contest.
57.
And yet,
Sebastian,
he's
you require
averaging 95.
170.
Doesn't have to go for this. And he's not going to get it.
70.
Evans here with a 140 can really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
100. Sebastian, you require 100.
Tots, or is the live dart one really good? Yes, it was. Double 10.
90.
Just inside.
David, you require 146.
Another one of those. Bit of a deflection there off the flight.
130.
A nice pick up.
Sebastian,
So,
you require 10.
pressure applied.
Game shot on a third
See, I like
leg.
that first
Sebastian
dart
Bialecki.
from Bialecki. He could not go outside. You've got to go 3 in
Fourth
your hand
leg.
at
It's
double
David to throw
5. You've
first.
got to go
Game
absolutely
on.
straight out that double 5. And if it goes inside, it goes inside. You don't really want to be having 2 in your hand and 1 outside the double 5 there,
77.
because then the tendency is to drag into the
93.
5 with your second dart, and you've got 1 dart in your hand you can't use.
Well, incredibly, we're through 3 legs in this game. David Evans is
38.
averaging 97 and hasn't had a dart at a double in this contest.
Yeah, Bialecki being 3-0 up on a 92
58.
does leave you as a player going back into the practice room scratching one's head.
But obviously, Seb's got more chances of that average going down because he's having
55.
all the darts at the double.
$125.
But as a player, you must be thinking, right, if I just carry on playing at my levels, you just got to hope that your opponent has a couple of minutes off and you may be back in this game in next to no time at all.
As a player, you start
96.
thinking, you're going to have to keep that up, mate, because I'm going to get you. I'm still going to get you. You don't ever think at 3-0 down you're going to get got. You think when somebody's playing that well against you, you just go, I'm going to get you. You come off of this, I'll be there waiting.
105.
If they don't come off it and they get you 4-0, you shake them by the hand and go, well done, mate. See you next time. And you don't forget it.
Well, you said that David Evans hasn't had a dart at a double in this match. You get the sense it's going to
45.
change here.
David, you require
He's got
120.
a couple of cracks on 120. But that first dart is set perfectly for the second to hit the treble bed. But it snagged low, and the ironic nod of the head is that he should have used that lie
60.
of dart 1 much better. And finally, David Evans is going to get darts at a double in this match.
65. David,
And
you
Bialecki
require
is going
60.
through those patches that you were saying about at the start of the match.
Well, from the purple patch, it's the man wearing the purple patches on his shirt that's looking to get his first leg on the board.
40.
But he's going to have to wait a little while longer for that. It's all about applying as much pressure as he possibly can.
100.
Big last dart.
David, you require 20. Game shot on a 4th leg.
Yeah,
David
nicely
Evans.
done. Now, we have seen a 3-1 deficit turn into a 4-3 win here this morning, and that was Lee
5th
Cox
leg. It's
against
Sebastian to throw
Pontus
first.
Danielsson.
Game on.
Lee Cox doing that 9-darter last leg to win it 4-3. Sensational.
108.
Here comes Bialecki again. 4 180s in the match.
$58. $57. $140.
Big visit for the pair, this. Another treble here. Bialecki's in a very good position.
140.
Finds that second treble. And now David Evans needs to find at least 2 just to leave himself on the fish.
And that's a dodgy dart to leave himself with 2. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely.
133. Sebastian,
Commentator's curse. Sorry, David.
And he is going to get a go. And he's going to have to get. He's going to have
92.
to get. Because Bialecki's left 32 after 12. This to save it. To save his skin. He wanted the fish, but he isn't going to net.
98. Sebastian, you require 32.
So 32 for Seb. 888. 16 has been kind to him. He's got 2 blocker darts there. Gone to the right.
16.
Went for the top corner. Great camera
David,
angle
you
there from the
require
guys.
72.
$15 for Baldwin. Double 10 for Evans. Nearly
52.
rescued the situation, didn't he?
Sebastian, you require 16.
But he may not be able to rescue the match. Sebastian Bialecki looks at
Game
double
shot
8,
and the
gets
match.
double 8,
Sebastian
and it
Bialecki.
means another hammer blow for David Evans because it keeps him on 8 points. It means he cannot apply the pressure to Lee Cox at the top of the table. As for Sebastian Bialecki, that win puts him on to 6 points. It takes him off bottom spot. A concerned look on the face of David Evans. He didn't play bad. He averaged 93.04. 1 from 4 in the doubles. It's Bialecki who wins 4-1. That's the end of the 3rd round. Coming up next, Pontus Danielsson up against Tommy Lishman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've enjoyed an enthralling Tuesday at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 2 9-darters and some superb matches. That is what we have seen so far on this moving day. And so it means that Lee Cox is the player who is top of the pile. However, his lead is now just a slender one, just 2 points from Robert Thornton in second. Tommy Lishman and David Evans are on 8 respectively. Sebastian Bialecki with a win before the break puts himself onto 6, and it's Pontus Danielsson who is bottom of the pile, and he takes on Tommy Lishman up next. A win for him will put him onto 10 points, a couple behind Lee Cox, and he did the damage in the last game, beating Lee by 4 legs to 2, and so that is the reason why we have a group that's very much up in the offing. Lee taking on Seb after this one, so we'll learn a lot more about the way the table will lie over the course of the next couple of matches. And Tommy, okay, yes, we've spoken about the 9-dart, of course we have, and of course we will, but actually you take that aside and you look at the levels that he's put in today, this is streets above day one.
Yeah, we did mention earlier, I mentioned earlier that we saw this flashes of brilliance yesterday in his last match up against Sebastian, and it was a big turning point for Tommy, I think, yesterday.
78.
Started to show the confidence that he has in his own ability. Like you say, the adrenaline
81.
will still be pumping through him. You've got to forget those 9s as fast as they happen, as lovely as they are, and continue with play, but the adrenaline will still be pumping for the rest of the day. There's no two ways about that.
$60. $100. $85. $131.
So Danielsson first to finish, 111. He's got out the gate the quicker of the two, but Lishman has woken up.
80. Pontus, you require 111.
Struts down the stage.
19 180s for Lishman in this Group A
71.
campaign.
Tommy, you require 95.
Double
55.
There.
Pontus, you
Danielsson
require
coming back
40.
for tops to take a 1-zip lead.
Game shot on
No
the
mistake.
first leg.
Clinical
Pontus
first
Danielsson.
dart. Danielsson 1 up.
Second leg. It's Tommy to throw first. Game on. $64.
Don't forget, if you do want to get in contact with us, social media's gone a little bit crazy today.
55.
I don't know why, but you can get in contact with us via our social media feeds. It is at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and
100.
Instagram. And it's fair to say that our social media has gone absolutely
100.
crazy. Over the course of the last
140.
few minutes or so. Thank you for getting in touch via there. And thank you for getting in touch on the YouTube chat. When you haven't subscribed
98.
yet, I don't think there's any better advertisement for you to need to subscribe than what we've watched today.
81.
All I'm going to say is, if you want to miss that, miss it. Fair enough. But if you don't want to miss it, make sure you subscribe.
96. Tommy, you require 116.
116 for Lishman to square this game up at 1-1. 16 for tops. Misses the big number.
76. Pontus, you require 152.
Danielsson here is back for 152 to double his advantage. But he's not going to get.
58. Tommy, you require 40.
So to level it up at 1-1 here.
20. Pontus, you require 94.
94. Now 93. And now it's chance for Lishman, and Pontus just getting a little bit irate with himself.
62. Tommy, you require 20.
This is double 10 for a level match. D5.
Game shot on the second leg. Tommy Lishman.
Converted. We were mentioning the JDC earlier and how the pathways for the JDC
Third leg. It's Pontus to throw first.
work out. And we have a
Game
local
on.
Southampton JDC here. It's run by Lawrence Dowden, who's here on a Saturday night quite often. And as he announced
100.
yesterday, two of his younger players in the form of Jensen Macy and Jaden Walker have been signed to the pathway.
139.
Similar to Jared Cole and, dare I say it, Luke Littler. And I think they're both fairly young. One I know is 11.
140.
And we were saying about the experiences, you're all getting to learn it at a younger age, and you're absolutely right. For the old stagers, for the likes of me, if you imagine them at 11 years old and having 16 years in the game, they'll still only be 27 years old, and I wasn't throwing a dart on TV till I was 37. So
41.
the game has changed. As we were saying, the sport is changing, and for the better.
$140.
Well, this has been a great leg. Lishman leaving 88 after 9 to get the break and to put himself in front at 2-1. And you get the sense if he does get himself
100.
in the lead, Lishman, that he could
88.
perhaps run away with proceedings somewhat.
The treble's there, double 14.
Game shot on the third leg. Tommy Lishman.
Nice little bump finish. Clean, clinical from Lishman for a breaker throw.
Fourth leg. It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
We've got to get rid of that head shaking from Pontus somehow. If any of his mates are watching at
42.
home, just give him a message at the end of the session and say, come on, mate, you're playing lovely.
85.
Stop the head shaking and concentrate. Once the darts are gone, you can't do anything about them. You've got to concentrate on the ones that are going.
And Lishman will be thinking as well, okay, the person behind me is
69.
giving off all the bad reads, all the bad tells. And he's becoming more experienced now, Tommy, so he should be able to read those signs and think, right, I've got an opportunity now to
41.
really hammer home in the next few legs. It was a great last leg. It was an 11 darter.
$121.
Big one with the first dart and lovely two trebles with the second two, and Pontus would have been stood
96.
behind him with that big one going, oh, yes, please, and then Thunder's two treble 20s. What else would he do with all those 180s that he's got?
23.
He does change his pace a little bit, doesn't he, Tommy Lishman? Sometimes it's slow and deliberate, like he was with the 141 with the line dart, and other times
80.
it's like a hot spud in his hand and he can't get rid of them quick enough.
76.
And so once again, Lishman is hoping to be the fish man.
60. Tommy, you require 170.
Can he reel it in? There's the first. But cannot convert with dart 2.
Pontus,
He
you
could
require
not reel in the Humberside
139.
haddock.
And Danielsson looking to net the 139, but he's not going to find it.
87.
We may not get the Humberside
Tommy
haddock,
requires
but he
70.
could be, if he finds his 70, a leg away from giving the Swede a battering.
$42. Pontus, you
In
require
the end, lets
52.
himself on double 14, but cannot convert it. So Danielsson's going to get an opportunity to level this game. And he's going to get a couple of darts at tops. And double 10 doesn't go.
32. Tommy, you require 28. Game shot on a 4 flag. Tommy Lishman.
Once again, double 14, Lishman's friend.
5th flag. It's Pontus to throw first. Game on. $28.
You have to say, Danielsson now getting gapped at the bottom of the table. It's a long day ahead tomorrow.
93.
Big day of sport tomorrow. Jimmy Anderson playing his last test match, of
42.
course, being the big story.
I don't like to spoil your thunder, but have you seen the forecast?
100.
I don't think we're going to see him bowl many this week.
That's all right. They can huddle up and watch the Super Series whilst they're waiting for the first test to begin at Lord's.
133.
That's another great thing that's changed about the darts. There's lots of other sports now follow the darts. Even the
48.
F1 had Luke Littler this weekend and some clips. He didn't look very comfortable with Jenson Button in the car, mind you, belting around Silverstone.
Well, I imagine he wouldn't be comfortable with Jenson Button in the car when Lando Norris was the driver.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
Well, got to give him the green light and he was ready to go. Go, go, as Murray Walker would say.
54.
Danielsson leaves himself on 111, but Lishman will feel like if he can get a good score here, leave himself on a 2-darter, he should get a chance to win this game in this leg.
50. Pontus, you require 111.
But Danielsson will get a dart at tops of the 111, doesn't go.
Tommy, you require 152.
This to win it in sumptuous style.
He's had a 140 and a 141 today. Is he going to add a 152? Yes, he is. Is it Tommy Leishman's day all over the Tuesday moving day? Some would say it is. What a shot there from Lishman. Once again, I think he's just a little bit mesmerised with how he's playing there. It's a 4-1 win in favour of Tommy Lishman against Pontus Danielsson. We're going to head into a short break and we'll be back with the other 9-dart man, Lee Cox, against Sebastian Bialecki.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tommy Lishman got the better of Pontus Danielsson by 4 legs to 1. That moved him on to 10 points alongside Robert Thornton, who is a couple of points off the pace of Lee Cox, who takes on Sebastian Bialecki in this, our 11th match of the day. We're into the final third of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A win for Lee would re-establish a 4-point gap at the top of the table ahead of Robert Thornton's game against David Evans in the last match of the fourth round of matches. We're getting to the stage of the session and the stage of the group where things are becoming very interesting indeed. If Lee can win this game, he's in a great position. However, a defeat here could well be fraught with danger.
84.
Yeah, we heard him in his interview after the 9-darter, Lee Cox, saying it's all about the 2 points was the most important
39.
thing. And yeah, you can see why he said that now. He's absolutely right on it. He's on the money. He's just got to
58.
keep your head down. He's got himself in the right place to get a couple of days off. But he's a long way away from it. It's all about keeping your head down, doing the right thing. We've seen
85.
many top the group on a Tuesday and not quite make it through on the Wednesday to get the 2 days off.
Well, I hate to bring it up, but
81.
Lee is one of those players that has been bitten by that particular brush. He had a lead at the top of the Group A table, and I can tell you this exactly as a fact, that
85.
Lee needed 1 leg to progress through to Saturday night's final through Group A. Wesley Harms had to beat him 4-0 to send Moreno Blom through, and that was
81.
exactly what Wesley Harms did. Sparky sparked out Coxey and Blom went marching through.
100.
Tumbleweed comes through once again. Nicely done though, mate. Nicely done. I do like it. It's been a really good session
100.
today. Except for, you know, apart from the 9-darters, yeah, it's easy to say those are the big things, but we've had 10 games this morning and we've had 5 big ton top-in finishes, a couple of 141s, a 140,
97.
a 152 on the top of the shot, 160 from Thornton.
Game shot on
Here
the
we go.
first leg.
Some
Lee
more
Cox.
tidy shots. As the 97 goes.
Second
for
leg.
Lee
It's
Cox.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
I think we left here yesterday, and I think this is a fair comment to make.
100.
I think we left yesterday feeling just a little bit underwhelmed, a little bit disappointed with what we saw. It just felt as if when you looked at the
97.
players that we had, we expected just maybe a little bit more from one or two. But goodness me, today it has been a complete contrast. If anything, you sat here wanting more and more
100
and more like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. We had a few sort of
60.
below par averages from the clientele that we have here yesterday, and we know it was going to be a bit sort of touchy-feely and finding out about one another, and how it was a very open group and everybody in that
57.
group would have felt that they could have given it a good run. And so I think there was a little element of that, a little bit sort of trying too hard and over caution,
58. Sebastian, you
and
require 164.
throwing with safety type thing rather than attacking the trebles. But you cannot accuse any player of anything but today. It's been attack, attack, attack for the first 10 games.
85.
And a lot more relaxed atmosphere as the players have got to know one another.
You say yesterday was fought with caution. Well, that's gone to the wind, hasn't it, this morning?
108.
As Lee gets his first
Sebastian,
max
you
of the match,
require
just to put some
79.
pressure on this 79. Pressure? What pressure?
Game shot on his
1-1.
second leg. Sebastian Bialecki. Third leg. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Nicely done. Bialecki, we've had 2 nice little rat-tap finishes to open up.
135.
97 from Coxey and 79 from Bialecki, and you feel that
59.
Bialecki's going to mount a challenge to try and make the top of the table. It has to start now with his next 2 games.
60.
Try and reel those back in. His next game after this is against Pontus Danielsson.
140.
So has a good chance of being 2 out of 2, but he's got Lee Cox, and Lee Cox has got the darts here, and
133.
it's a new, relaxed Lee Cox. It's a nice to see as well.
Well, once again, Sebastian Bialecki is right in the mix of a
98.
Brahma of a match. He's averaging 95.29. Lee's averaging 94 at this present moment in time.
$58.
He leaves himself on 115 to open up a 2-1 lead in this game.
$100. Lee require 115.
Both players on a ton plus out. Cox first go. And it's a dart at
Game
double
shot on the
18
third
to add the
leg, Lee
115 to the ton topping collection. What a day
4th flag. It's
of
Sebastian to
fine
throw
finishing
first.
we have
Game
seen.
on.
And that is added to the catalogue.
Yeah, Cox's catalogue reads a 116,
60.
a 110, a 116, a 141, and now a 115. 5-ton plus shot outs.
95. $48.
Has that rattled Sebastian Bialecki?
135.
Do you want to just, whilst we got a second, just talk about our referee, Jack Garwood?
100.
Because that spell today has now seen his 9-dart tally here at the Super Series go up to 5.
135.
There he is. Here at the Super Series. And I believe that's as many as any referees had here at the Super Series. There's been 12 altogether.
82.
Charlie Corsifine's called a couple. Owen Binks has called a couple. Owen Binks has called 3 here. Charlie Corsifine's called a couple as
58.
well. Paul Hinks. Paul Hinks has called a few as well.
26. Lee requires 78. $38.
Cox has left himself on tops for a 3-1 lead and for the break.
83.
And immediately be a leg away from moving on to 14 points and in a very good position.
Game
No matter
shot on
what
the 4th
happens at the
flag,
end of
Lee
the day. 3-1 to Crafty Coxey. He is in full command of this contest.
5th flag. It's Lee to throw first. Game on. $85. $100. $70. 100.
Coxie back in the groove.
140.
Really does. He looks so relaxed up there today.
$100.
Just having a look up at the screen, Scott. We haven't even seen a dart mister double in this contest. The averages are really good. It's just been a great contest, this match.
96.
Yes, one of those who gets there gets it.
And this 110 for the match. He's already had a 115 in this contest.
110.
So you're going to have another ton top of the finish. Not this time. And so Bialecki does have the break chance to bring it back to throw.
Sebastian,
and back to 3-2. It's going to have to be 14 bull. Bull to save it. Bull for Bialecki to save it.
Sebastian Bialecki.
The powers of recovery are strong in the pole.
6th leg. It's Sebastian to throw first.
And this game is back on throw. And now that man has some questions to answer.
$100. $43.
There you go. As that score of 43 opened the door
100
for Bialecki. 2 tons always means that you are in distance of your opponent.
140.
And Lee Cox reels him back in. Now needs a treble to get away again.
45.
That'll be music to Lee Cox's ears.
59.
And that won't be.
Again, that first dart. And I think you can actually tell the difference because he hasn't been able to follow it as often as he would like. And that slip there means that he's not on a finish. And that means Lee had the chance to then wrestle the throw
85.
from Sebastian's grasp, but he was unable to do so. So 6 from here, from the 169, to take us all the way to a 7th and deciding
68.
leg.
A bit of shoulder in that last one, wasn't there? A bit of movement as well. He was already travelling forward and dragged it into the 5.
60. Sebastian, you require 101.
Darting 101.
86 now, treble 18. Double 16 to take us 3-3.
Game shot.
That's exactly what he does, and yet another ton shot out on the day.
And another last leg decider today as well.
It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
And this is a big leg. This really is a
99.
big leg because if Lee wins this, he moves on to 14 points and he has that breathing space again. However, if he loses this leg, opportunity arises for Thornton to then move level on points
96.
with Lee. And actually, there is a possibility Thornton could finish on 14 points, Cox could finish on 12, and suddenly from nowhere,
60.
it's the Thorn that takes top spot on the table going into the last day.
3 well thrown darts there from Lee Cox, but once again not finding the destination of a treble.
137.
Bialecki backs it up with 2 trebles of his own to turn the throw. Now Cox has got a hit.
100.
Oh, that was a nice last dart. As you can see from the scoreboard, the throw has now been turned. So Bialecki now has to find a treble.
58.
And he hasn't. Double treble visit here. would turn it right back round. Triple treble visit here would be such class.
And now leaves himself on a 2-darter to win the match, but Bialecki hot on his coattails. He finds a 2-treble turn.
Lee requires 62.
It is quite simply now down to who can keep their composure, who can keep their cool. Double 16 for Coxey.
30.
He's had a dart,
Sebastian
and he's missed it.
70.
We've seen Sebastian do this 70 today, but not this way. It's 18 for tops now. And tops it is. And he inflicts a defeat on Lee Cox that didn't look to be. Hung in there, did Seb Bialecki. He needed that win badly to stay in touch. Coxey needed that win badly to send himself into the distance. And he hasn't played badly at all there, Lee Cox. A 90 average for him, 89.97 for Bialecki. The 101 checkout, big turning point in that match. We're going to head into a short break and we'll be back with you with Rob Thornton versus David Evans.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! I'll be honest with you, and me and Scott watched that VT. It's the first time we've seen that VT in the break, and our eyes just got glued to the screen. Today we have seen 2 9-darters, but before the break, in terms of the race to win the group, we saw a defeat for Lee Cox, losing out 4-3 to Lee Cox as David Evans hit a 180. He decided to leave the darts in the board. I don't know why. It is what it is. But this is a big game in terms of Robert Thornton's progress in this group. If he wins this, he moves on to 12 points. He'd be level with Lee Cox at the top of the table.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
But if David Evans can deny the Thorn, then Lee will be hoping that Lishman is defeated by that man later on in the session, and that only one would be able to get onto that point. It's a tally of 12.
59.
If you did miss those 9 darters,
62.
You know we say every single day that tune into our highlights package for the best of the action. I think today's a good day to have a look at them, don't you think, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely.
57.
You can never have too much 9-dart overload, can you?
No, of course not.
$80.
It makes the tonsils in the back of your throat squeak up.
$60. $35.
Thornton, 6 darts on 184 to take this opening leg.
100.
What I do want to also say is I just wonder
60.
whether we may see towards the end of the day, because there was such an adrenaline rush and the midway point of the session, could the drop down potentially be so much so that we could maybe see 1 or 2 games where players maybe just be a little bit off the ball because maybe all that energy's been used during that adrenaline sapping part of the session?
I think it's easy to. I think, you know...
David, you require 85.
How do you top it? No matter what you do, how do you top it? So I think, like you say, you have to remain a little bit humble and try and draw a line in it, in the sand, and 52. Step over it and try and forget that it's happened
52.
today and then enjoy it when the session is done. From a playing point of view, that is.
Game shot on the first leg.
Thornton trying to G himself up. He finds the 8-8 to open up a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And you'd only be human if you were drawn into the excellence, the brilliance, the perfection that we saw
57.
earlier.
57.
Suppose it asks the age-old question. Are they human
43.
or are they darters?
Couldn't agree more.
180.
I have to say I was like a pig in Chardonnay there for a couple
93.
of games, that's for sure. Thank you, Stephen Fry. What an amazing quote that was.
140.
Yeah, that great game when he commentated with Sid. Evans, 1-2-4 to level this game up at 1 apiece, and Thornton's nowhere
30.
to be seen in this
David,
leg.
you require 124.
Evans must be thinking, the way he's been playing leg 1, leg 2, he really can scoop things up here.
56.
And he'll think the way he's played today that, okay, I know he won with that ton plus average, but by and large, the way he's played throughout the course of the day,
97.
that he's due a little
David,
bit of the rub of the
68.
green. He's looking to find the green grass of 4.
60.
But he cannot convert, but he has got time on his side. But how much time?
140.
Because Thornton has left
David,
himself
you
on a
require
2-darter.
No score.
And gonna get a go at the 98.
Robert, you require 98.
Chipper 19 tops. Tops to save it. To rescue the shot for
Game shot
Robert
on the
Thornton.
second leg,
And
Robert
he's
Thornton.
2-0 up in a game where he could have conceivably have been 2-0 down in.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
I'm looking at the shaky
Game on.
head of Dave Evans over there. I think he believes he should be 2-0 up and Robert 2-0 down.
100.
Evans kicks off leg 3 with a max, his second 180 of the contest.
140. $60.
Well, we're not going to get a hattie of 9 darters in this leg.
$131.
However, Thornton is in a position where he can move 3-0 up, and when you think about the way this game's gone, it'd be a 3-0 lead to Thornton, but it wouldn't feel like Thornton's really dominated this game.
Robert, you require 130.
No, but you do have games like that as a player.
Game shot on the third leg, Robert Thornton.
And another ton plus goes again this morning.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Well, yes, we're well under the afternoon. Do apologise. It is absolutely flown by today's session.
96.
Another 130 shows the quality of what we've seen this morning.
140.
Thornton 3, Evans 0, and the 2-time World Seniors champion is now within a leg of going level on points of Lee Cox at the top of the table. Ahead of the final round of matches.
He watched Lee Cox narrowly miss out in the game before, and he did have a double 16 Coxie to win that one. And Thornton has seen an opportunity to level with him, and he's come in here, used all his experience and taken it with both hands up to now.
And not often do we say this, but Robert Thornton's going under the radar because of what Lee Cox has done, because of what Tommy Lishman has
95.
done. No one's really talking about the fact that he's made a real assault at the table. And if he finds this 145, he'll win 4-0, will go level on points with Lee Cox, but also be within 3-leg striking distance
Robert, you require
in terms of the legs difference as well.
$129.
Great setup from both players here with the short irons into the green, but it's Dave Evans gets first putt.
$30.
And he's three-putted and still missed.
16.
Double 8 for the match. Now double 4.
8.
But the chances have come and they've gone, and the cry of vote Robert, a cry we've heard many a time over the years.
Game shot on a fourth leg.
Yeah, nicely done, David. He deserved that leg as well. Really did.
Fifth flag, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Took a risk offering Thornton the chance. But Thornton didn't take that opportunity.
96. $77.
Right when you don't need them, those bounce outs and those drop outs happen.
And there would have been a part of him thinking that Thornton would then pick apart a half-decent score. He was unable to do so. So David might be able to get away with it.
Those darts do turn your head. I know there's days when you throw a dart and you know it's going in the 5 and it catches a flight and goes in the treble 20 and you start thinking, hey, hang on a minute, Lady Luck's on my side here today. And you get the reverse of that when you get darts dropping out of the board. When it looks like it's a good dart, you feel it's going in the treble and it hits the flight and doesn't quite have enough momentum to hang on. And they can tear your heart in two.
100.
Thornton now looking to bring the curtain down on this contest. Tom 14 eased himself on a 2-darter after 12. Average just under 93.5, and this was after a slow start. Well, it looked like Evans could be in a very good
90.
situ.
Robert, you
But it
require
is the Ford
67.
who has ended strong and is now going to get a dart at tops to win it. And
Great
Robert
shot on the
Thornton
match.
only needs
Robert
the one.
Thornton.
And he now moves level on points with Lee Cox at the top of the table. On a pinhead, that double at tops. And on course to put himself in a great position going into the final day's play. And he's allowed a smile, is Robert Thornton, after a performance like that. 92.5 the average, 4 from 10 on the doubles, and a 130 checkout. Coming up after the break, we kick off the final round of action with Pontus Danielsson up against Sebastian Bialecki.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is
Robinson.
that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
But that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a break of throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive break of throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, welcome back to the Super Series, and if you've just joined us, you missed Robert Thornton doing a job on Dave Evans, 4-1 win in his favour, and look what it does to the table. Thornton now up on 12 points, level with Lee Cox, who had lost the match before. Lishman still there on 10 points in third. Sebastian Bialecki not out of touch, or Dave Evans. And it's Pontus Danielsson at the bottom, probably almost consigned to a Group C spot early in the day. It's now time for him to come up on stage and play Sebastian Bialecki in our next match. I think for Pontus now, it's time to start learning. He's got a day and a bit to learn now about how he's going to tackle that Group C and just kind of try to enjoy the moments rather than put pressure on himself. Sebastian Bialecki, he needs to try and grab a win here in this match to keep him in touch and put him on to 10 points and battle for that Group B spot.
First leg, it's
Replay
Sebastian
spot
to
isn't
throw
away
first.
from him with as many games
Game
as we've
on.
got to go. But it's all one game at a time from here in now. You can't look too far and say, oh, at the fixtures and say, if I win this one, I win this one and do that one. You've got to leave that behind. It's all
100.
one game at a time, and what's in front of you, you go play it.
Well, in my opinion, Seb would have no other option than to win each of the last 6 games he's got in this group if he's to stand any chance. And even then, you're going to have to hope on Lee Cox and Robert
80.
Thornton to have a couple of mishaps here and there. Which it has to be said, on the basis of play so far this week, does not seem likely.
80.
Particularly in the case of Lee Cox.
Yeah, possibly, but Thornton and Cox end the day with a couple of dodgy kind of games with Lishman
100.
and Evans in those respective games. So it's far from done here today. There could still be movement.
45.
Could still be movement in that table.
Game 13 of 15 here in Portsmouth.
100.
2 more games to go after this. Everybody completing their final lap of fixtures at the Live Lounge. We're then back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. to see how Group A
96.
culminates. Everybody will be watching on with interest.
93.
You'd be foolish not to. Our eyes will be glued to the action.
60.
Danielsson,
Pontus, you
128
require
to
128.
take the opening leg with a break. Number 20 ball. Bullseye.
Game
Right
shot
on
the
cue
first
for the
leg,
Super
Pontus
Sweet.
Danielsson.
It's another one, Scott.
Oh, and they just,
Second
like a
leg,
number
it's
10
Pontus to throw
buster, just keep
first.
coming.
Game on.
Super stuff. Hopefully that lifts him a little. That's his first ton-plus shot out of the week for Pontus. And it's that dodgy 128 one as well. If you hit that treble 18 with the first dart, you have to stay there. And if you miss the treble, your option is gone. So some would say you shouldn't leave 128, but it's surprising how often it does happen.
It's very unique in the fact that it's one of the very few finishes where you actually get punished for your accuracy with dart 1, if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. You get rewarded for missing the treble 18 by getting a 1 dart of the treble 20 and a dart of the ball, which is what we've just
44.
seen. That's the only way that you can do it without a double treble visit. If you hit the treble with the first dart, you have to hit a second treble.
45.
My Dutch super counting friends would say, shouldn't be leaving 128, Scotty.
$100. $96.
Well, Pontus here is 180 points away from a 2-0 lead. Averaging 91, ending the day strongly here.
140.
And it feels like it's becoming a trend now where Sebastian's playing his best darts in the middle of a day. Game 2, 3, 4, probably his best
43.
ones. And
Sebastian,
the
you
first and
require
the last are just leaving a little
132.
bit to be desired. Oh, that's perfect if he finds the treble here. Bullseye.
98. Pontus, you require
Well, somebody missed a ton-plus shot out here. What's going on? They've obviously not read the memo about what's asked for on
42.
today's group.
Sebastian, you require 34.
The lesser spotted double 17. And even lesser spotted because he splits.
Game shot on a
And
second
then
leg.
finds a double
Sebastian
16
Bialecki.
into the top corner. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Got to make sure the shoelaces are tied up.
99. $45.
Danielsson there.
40.
Went 1-0 up in that first leg, and then it's been hauled back in by Bialecki, and
140.
It's a pattern that we've seen with him this week, isn't it? He's played well early doors in some of these games, Pontus, but then has made sort of small mistakes and found himself
85.
behind. And there's no doubt in this guy's ability. There is no doubt in it. It is there. Sometimes you've got to allow yourself to let it come out.
Freedom is the hardest thing to find, but once you do find it, it makes the game the easiest way to play.
It is the hardest thing to find. There's no two ways about it.
$47.
What odds of another one,
Sebastian,
Scott?
you require 137.
Well, I don't think there'll be very good odds at the moment.
I think they're impossible now.
97.
However, does the next best job when you've got 6 darts from a certain number to leave a double at the end of the first visit.
85. Sebastian,
Tops
you
for a
require
2-1
40.
lead, and this would mean from 1-0 down, he's won 2 on the spin.
$20.
Cannot find, and so Pontus
Pontus, you
comes back
require
for
99.
effectively a free dart. Well, it is a free dart checkout, an effective tonner, even though it's 99.
99, my favourite ice cream. 10. Now for double 16.
75. Sebastian, you require 20.
Double 10 for Seb. Up for double 5. Finds
on a
beautiful
third leg,
dart
Sebastian
from
Bialecki.
Bialecki. He leads 2-1.
Fourth flag, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on. $121.
Yeah, nice start there from Danielsson. Is it going to be a better start?
140.
Bialecki. $125.
Well, good leg this so far from the Swede.
84.
When you think of Sweden and Poland, there's one thing that springs to mind: Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Robert Lewandowski.
60.
I'd have said the crazy chef in the Muppets.
$99.
Or even ABBA.
I'll never forget the time that Andreas Harrison came to the Super Series quiz night and there was a question on ABBA. The only question he knew all night, the only thing he said all night was, ABBA. His deep Swedish voice.
He didn't say voulez-vous or anything like that then, no.
100.
Oh no.
Pontus, you require
Who's going to be the
72.
darting king this week? We could have another Swedish Viking, you know. We've had 2 weekly winners from Sweden. Anton Östlund, as well as Andreas Harrison, the reigning series champion.
60. Sebastian, you require 78.
The first time he's missed double 12 so far in 2 days, I think.
74 left. Treble 14, double 16, you'd think is the play. It is the play.
38. Pontus, you require 12.
Gonna have the mindset now to finish these legs off.
No score. Sebastian, you require 40.
And this would be for a break of throw that would give Bialecki the darts to win the match.
Four flag, Sebastian Bialecki.
And that's adrenaline, that is, that makes you overthrow like that. And we've seen it a couple of times from
Fifth flag, it's Sebastian
Danielsson
to throw first. Game on.
And that's exactly what you've got to do with it. Throw it in the bin and move on.
99.
Don't put it in the rucksack on your back and drag it around with you, because it will drag you down. The mistakes can drag you down. You've got to let them go as fast as you've made them.
58.
Easier said than done.
Well, he has to let it go, otherwise he's going to be frozen.
$96.
Tommy Lishman, Robert Thornton and David Evans against Lee Cox ends our day. And then we'll do it tomorrow, 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel. And then Groups C and B will get underway on Thursday and Friday afternoon from 1 and in the evenings from 10. And then we'll be back on Saturday for the finals, 7:30 start on the Super Series YouTube channel. Who is going to be the 6th player through to Champions Week.
96. $140.
For the match. And to put himself onto 10 points,
95.
a couple behind the
Sebastian,
table
you require
toppers.
70.
It's been a strong end to the day for Seb. Can he finish it with a win? Double 16 for Sebastian Bialecki, and he ends with back-to-back wins as he beats Pontus Danielsson by 4 legs to 1. It puts him on to 10 points. It puts him up to 3rd in the group, and maybe we have written off the pole before he makes his vault. That the score, those the stats. We'll take a break, and when we return, we're going to see Tommy Lishman against Robert Thornton.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've got a couple more games to go on our second day's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it kicks off with Tommy Lishman and Robert Thornton going toe-to-toe. Thornton, who has been the move on moving day, but we haven't really spoken about it, partly because of what this man's been doing. Tommy Lishman, who hit a 9-darter just a couple of legs after Lee Cox did something similar.
First leg, it's Tommy
But
to throw
Thornton has the opportunity here to temporarily go top of the table. If he wins this one, he moves on to 14 points ahead of the meeting between David Evans and Lee Cox at the end of the session.
100.
And Thornton, I think won't mind being under the radar. He's just been able to do his own business because of what has obviously happened elsewhere.
96.
Just quietly go about business and then strike.
84. $105. 60. 40.
Well, he leaves himself on a finish, but he's allowed Robert Thornton the opportunity to really strike gold if he can find a couple of trebles.
96.
Leaves himself on the
Tommy, you require
127.
160.
160's already gone today. Funny enough to Robert Thornton.
100. Robert, you require 127.
$88 back
59.
up top.
Tommy, you require 60.
$20 for tops. Tops. Double 10.
50.
Doesn't go. And
Robert,
so
you
Thornton
require
is back for
68.
68. One dart. Old Faithful.
Game shot
He's
on
got it on a
first
string
leg.
now,
Robert
hasn't he?
Thornton.
Yeah, he's got the grip between his teeth now, hasn't he?
Second leg is Robert to
Knows
throw
that
first.
he wants to win this one to put the pressure
Game
on
on.
Cox for the next game. He's making his move to top the table.
100.
We know that Cox will be in the back room having a look at the outcome of this one.
60. 140. 41. 100.
Well,
Robert, you
Thornton's hit a 9-darter
161.
by finishing off a 161. He did so at the World Grand Prix against James Wade once upon a time.
Yeah, he did. He's not going to do it this time.
91. $80. Robert, you require 70.
To double his lead. Double top. Finally a miss on there. Robert's been so perfect, he thought it was just automatically going to go.
50.
He dipped his toe in the water, but there's no fear here. Tommy way back on
55. Robert, you require
20. And that last dart meant he never left a shot either, but it didn't matter. Thornton was in for the kill. Takes a double 10 nicely.
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
No panic yet for Lishman. If he can hold his throw here and give himself the opportunity to break.
96. $137. $130.
We saw this yesterday from Tommy when things went a little bit sour for him, that he dips his bread around the bullseye region.
$140. $60.
135 is one of the few Ton Plus checkouts today that hasn't gone. And didn't have to go the bullseye first because Thornton was on 204, but elected to go there with dart
55. 140.
Pressure asserted from Thornton in here on Lishman. Minimum requirement is a 20 with the first dart, not to go too hard. Well, he certainly didn't. Comes across to the left, tops up.
Game shot on a
And a
third
nice
leg,
dart as
Tommy
well.
Lishman.
Sensibly done, making sure. It was a half-hearted go, I think, at
Fourth
tops,
leg, it's
wasn't
Robert
it?
to
But
throw first. Game on.
good ball management from Lishman there. The way he's playing now, you can see he's enjoying himself now. Where yesterday, middle of the day, it looked all a bit of a strain for him, didn't it? But it's good to see him enjoying himself today.
81.
He had 9 180s yesterday. He's on 10 today.
100.
Maybe he'll get 11 tomorrow.
Still got time to add to the tally, of course.
85.
But if he gets into Group B on Thursday and Friday, he is going to be a very dangerous commodity, Tommy Lishman. Actually, you look at the way the table is comprised. The race for Group B could be very interesting because you've got Thornton and Cox, and they're probably going to be the two that's going to fight for the group. But the race between Bialecki, Lishman and Evans,
134.
3 don't go into 2, and that could be an intriguing race tomorrow, and there could be some big names missing out. This could be a big out. The double 8 doesn't go for the 127.
$117. Robert, you require 8. Game shot on a fourth flag. Robert Thornton.
Thornton going about his business on his own throw, isn't he? Got that early break.
Fifth flag is
using his
Tommy to throw
experience
first. Game on.
to go about his business.
Well, just having a look up at the stats screen. Thornton averaging 98.5, 3 from 6 on the doubles. It felt like a good performance, and it is a good performance. Sometimes you look up at the screen, you look at the stats, and you think, is it really that good? And I mean that in a good way, because Thornton's just playing seemingly streamlined, but yet at this present moment in time is averaging a ton. he makes what is magnificent for most look fairly routine.
43.
As he proceeds to hit a 43.
$57.
Yeah, commentator's curse.
$96.
Thornton on the Richie Benno score of 2-2-2.
$102.
Yeah, good stuff from Lishman there, using the entirety of the board.
134. Tommy, you require 132.
Thornton keeps it a little more simple. But again, using his the segments wisely. Treble 19.
29.
Not to
Robert,
be on
you
this
require
occasion, so
88.
Thornton with 88. We could hear that gesture from in here in the commentary box. It was a big old
40.
Robert.
Tommy, you require
Going so hard at the treble
103.
18 that he missed a single 18. Have to start downstairs on 103 for that reason. Double 18.
Game shot on the fifth flag.
And then
Tommy
it comes
Lishman.
and another ton plus table topper goes the way of Lishman.
Sixth flag. It's Robert to throw first.
141, 140, 152 are his other ones today. That's his fourth here today.
125.
Tuesday, day 2 of Group A.
Thornton did have the insurance policy of the fact that he could serve it out, and he now has to cash it in this leg.
60.
Try start for Lishman, following a couple of trebles for Thornton in visit 1, puts him in control of this leg that will give him the match and will give him 14 points after 2 days play.
Nice ton then from Thornton, but he wanted more, didn't he?
$59.
Leishman sometimes does this, has a couple of non-treble visits, and then he wades in with 3 big ones. Ah, Thornton's doing the reversal. He's doing it back to him.
121. $134.
Just on
Robert, you
cue, a
require
couple of trebles there on a
155.
visit. But Thornton had counteracted that with the visit before.
131.
Oh, and he's counteracted it again. Super darts from Robert Thornton.
Well, it's going to tick below the ton when he goes for this double 12. It's 100.12 for the Ford.
92.
And
Robert,
this
you
double
require
12 to end the
24.
day with a resounding victory, a resounding performance, and to send a statement to the table topper Lee Cox.
18. Tommy, you require 156.
156 for Lishman to take us all the way. It'll be his 5th ton top of the day. It's not going to take it. And so Thornton, the man who we know so well for
39.
hitting the top of the board,
Robert,
now
you
wants the
require
double at the
6.
bottom of the board for the win. And he makes
Game
no
shot
mistake.
and the match,
And Robert Thornton temporarily moves to the top of the table. He gets the better of Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 2. And it means that the Scot is in a very good position now, ahead of Lee Cox's last game against David Evans. That the tail of the tape. Thornton, a 4-2 winner against Tommy Lishman. Coming up after the break, the final game of the session sees David Evans take on Lee Cox.
Well, welcome back to our last game today in Group B on the Super Series Day 2 Group A. And where have you been if you've not been here all day? You've missed some fantastic darts. Firstly, you missed the last game between Robert Thornton and Tommy Lishman, where Thornton did a job on Tommy Lishman. 4-2, picked up the points to go top of the table. He sits there on 14 points. You've missed a couple of 9 darters. You've missed 10 ton plus shot outs. But there's still a bit on this game here with Dave Evans and Lee Cox. Lee Cox is now sat second in the group for the first time in the last 2 days. But he has a chance here if he can beat Dave Evans to go level top overnight with Thornton on 14 points. Dave Evans, he's down there in 5th place,
57.
but he's been a little unfortunate today. I think he's played well today and hasn't sort of reaped the rewards. I think he's been up against some top play and some top moments that has gone against him. He's still playing nice and tidy and still will have a lot to say in this Group A.
97.
In this game and maybe tomorrow in the direction of where the group winner heads.
Lee knows it's now hammer time.
140.
Cannot afford a final mishap. Because you feel like the walls that he's built up over the last couple of days in terms of trying to build himself into the best position possible would be knocked down like a misplaced Jenga piece if he loses this game.
Yeah, to win 4 games yesterday and then to only come out of today winning the 2 games would be a bit of a disaster. 3 is kind of middle of the road, and you'd be happy with that after the 4 wins yesterday.
100.
You're setting yourself up
Lee require 96.
in the right place. And for me, I think he deserves to be there at top of the table with Thornton. There's no 2 ways about it, but there's deserving it
38.
and there's doing it, and you've still got to do it.
Well, he set his stall out very well in his first leg, leaving himself on a single to double combo after 12. Evans, who has just had a real frustrating day.
60.
A matter of fact, as far as today goes, the solitary win he's got was when his opponent averaged 106 against him. And Cox comes out the blocks flying. 14 dart breaker throw, 1-0.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. $100.
That's been one of his problems today. That first start's being dragged under
134.
the treble 20, but as I said at the top of the match here, he still has a big
100.
say, and he's a danger man tomorrow to both Thornton and Cox. I feel Dave needs to come and throw with a bit of freedom tomorrow.
60.
And the top in the group is gone away from him, and set himself a personal goal. You know, try and win 4 out of 5 tomorrow. Try and give yourself a little bit of momentum going into the Group B or Group C campaign, wherever he ends up.
And the thing is, right now, he's only a couple of points off Bialecki and Lishman. That could be a real intriguing race. And you're going to have a definite big hitter. Bialecki and Evans, you definitely count as big hitters that are going to be dropping out into the Group C scenario. And possibly both of them if Lishman gets third.
60.
But there's going to be a real big name in Group C who's going to be a real big favourite.
Sometimes that's not a bad thing if you can get your momentum in Group C to then head to the Saturday finals night. Sort of really, really cooking on gas. That makes you then a difficult
77.
player.
Lee require 141.
Well, he knows the way for the 141 because he took that checker
60.
out for the 9 darter in the last leg against Pontus Danielsson. What he's going to do is leave himself an 81 to open up a a 2-zip advantage in this contest.
$43. Lee
Those
require
9-dart legs,
81.
you know, they never go away. You'll remember. You'll be remembered for that for the rest of your life.
55.
Moments you can never have
David,
taken
you
away
require
from you. The 130 is a finish which has been taken out by Robert Thornton today against David Evans. Bullseye to exact his revenge on this finish.
105. Lee require 26. Game shot on a second leg. Lee Cox.
Commanding double 13 there. He didn't go, oh, what a dodgy double. He went,
Third
you
leg,
are
it's
mine
David
in his
to throw
head.
first.
Nailed it
Game
with the
on.
first dart. Lovely stuff again from Cox. Yeah, going back to the 9-dart. I remember a guy at a 9-darter in my local league, the Ringwood District League. He had the darts. He was
93.
playing county at the time. His name was Paul Rebetts, and he's still known 25 years on as Bunny 9-dart. Bless him. Lovely man.
96.
Left his opponent, I think he had the darts, and he went 180, and his opponent, I think, went 20 with a one on the floor. And then he went 180 again. I think his opponent hit 26, and then he shot the 141. So he left his opponent way, way back
40.
on like 450 something. It was, yeah.
It's just another leg of darts.
Just another leg of darts. I think it's the only time it's been done in my local league as well. So
140.
fair play to him. Bunny 9-dart. What a legend.
Well, this feels like the end of a tiresome day for David Evans. I have to say that over the course of the couple of days, he has looked a little bit exhausted at times, hasn't he?
Yeah, tiredness is one of those that really does affect a dart player. You don't realise it's the
95.
concentration levels needed for 5 games in a row here or anywhere. You've got 5 games in a row. It really does mentally take it out of you. And it's not physically tired, it's just you're mentally tired. And your brain stops telling your arm exactly where to go, and the hand-eye stuff
58.
seems to
Lee
disappear.
require
And
170.
difficult to explain.
Lee must feel like at this present moment in time he's
98.
in easy street because he has just been able to command proceedings. He's playing well, averaging just under 95.5, 2 from 3 when it comes to the finishing. And 72 points away from a 3-love lead, the double break and then the
97.
darts.
Lee
For a
requires 22.
comfortable win to take him home. 14 ball, 64 left. Bullseye.
47.
Got the line,
David,
couldn't
you
get the
require
length.
113.
This will put the fox in the hen house for sure. If Evans can find this treble 18, give him a dart at tops.
73. Lee require 25.
For 3-0, double 8. Can he use it as a guide? David Evans thinks so.
9.
But David Evans
David,
is
you
wrong.
require 40.
But he could get this leg right.
No score. Lee requires 16.
I think I could lip read the words rubbish there coming out of Dave Evans's mouth. Sometimes these are the hardest legs to win when you know you should have them in the bag.
8. David, you require 40.
Coxey lost his last game yesterday. He cannot afford to do the same today.
Game shot on the third leg. David Evans.
Give yourself a round of applause, David.
It was only a little round of applause, though, wasn't it?
Fourth leg.
It was
It's
a
Lee
little
to
round
throw
of applause,
first.
not one of those big
Game on.
ones. Has that woken Coxey up? It does look to have done.
120.
I'll tell you who does have the loudest clap in terms of a round of
137.
applause in darts. Owen Binks. Honestly.
100.
I find that hard to believe. He must have tiny little hands, that fella.
Put it this way.
58.
Put it this way, you could probably hear him give out a round of applause from a mile away.
Oh, I'll keep my ear out for that.
It's not as if It's not as if
60.
I've been somewhere recently that would involve him having to do such a thing. Well, supporting Colchester United, I imagine you don't get many opportunities to give a round of applause.
And to be fair, you don't get many people stood in front of you as well. He's not the
139.
tallest, is he?
Apparently, he's part of the Call You Hardcore, but then that's because he's the only person that goes home and away.
David, you require 167.
167 for Evans. Doesn't go.
Other soaps available on other channels.
95. Lee
Well,
require
this is for
98.
a 3-1 lead. 78 left. Triple 18, double 12. Double 12. Moves
86.
inside, and so
David,
Evans
you require
72 to level at 2-2.
16 then for double top.
52. Lee required 12.
To continue, here's authorization of
Game
this
shot on a
game.
four
Double
flag,
3 is
lead
found for a 3-1 lead.
He needed that too. He really needed that.
Fifth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Had that have gone against him, one could say he's fell asleep a little bit here in this game as
140.
Cox, and he's been sort of caught up in one of those games where you're kind of playing your opponent
58.
rather than ploughing your own furrow in the legs. And he's just trying to do enough to stay in front of Dave, and you've got to watch David Evans because he does this to you.
135.
I've been there myself. You think, yeah, I'm doing enough here, and then he has an absolute feast of trebles.
60.
And then you find yourself all of a sudden 200 behind in a game where you were controlling it.
$100.
So 1-2-6 to bring it back to 3-2, and Lee is nowhere to be seen on the scene. And suddenly,
96.
in a game where there was a
David,
10-point gap
require
to the averages, now there's only 1
126.
point between them in that particular department. There may only be 1 leg between them. If David Evans can find double 18.
90.
He will be back though. Cox back on 287.
100. David, you require 36.
More of a practice throw there from Cox to start the next leg, I would imagine.
Game shot on a fifth flag. David Evans.
So David Evans is starting an assault.
Sixth flag. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
However, Cox is on the hill. A leg away
140.
from returning to the top of the table overnight.
That will be music to Cox's ears. Evans is going to come with him.
140.
You could see that coming. Now needs another treble visit, minimum requirement.
45.
Overpitched it, and I think the shut eyes expression on the way to the board shows he knows. Here comes Evans now.
108.
With all the vim and vigour and momentum from the leg before. And Cox all of a sudden finds himself
97.
behind. That was a good visit. He's now hoping for a troublous visit from Evans.
81.
Well, how quickly the pendulum in a game of darts can swing. Within a leg and sometimes within a visit.
120. David, you require 100.
What a super recovery from that dart on the floor.
Game shot
It's
on a
all in
sick
vain.
flag. David
As we
Evans.
have another ton shot out on the day, taking us to 11.
7th and final
And
leg.
that 11
It's David to throw
darter
first.
sends us all the way
Game on.
to a last leg decider. That actually means every player today has had a sub plus checkout.
60.
It's been an incredible day. A day littered with history, a day littered with perfection,
60.
a day sometimes fraught with drama, a day which has seen the pendulum swing. It was a day that began with Lee Cox top of the table, a day which saw the chasing
100.
pack needing to do something seismic, and it is a day where Robert Thornton has really, really put himself in the mix, and he could potentially now
100.
top the table overnight by 2 points if David Evans can hold his nerve and take out this last leg. And he's going the right way about it.
140.
Cox needs to muster something big. And it don't get bigger than that.
180.
Super stuff there from Lee Cox.
100. Lee require 161.
Evans doing enough there. Yes, bullseye for the match.
136.
Oh dear, oh
David, you
dear.
require 101.
Couldn't get any closer if he placed it in by hand.
David Evans could steal it though. Could steal it if he finds double 12.
89.
Both players
Lee
have had a
required
dart to
25.
win this match in the last leg. And this is to put Lee Cox top of the table overnight, going into the last day's play. Double 8.
9.
Doesn't go. And now it's advantage Evans. It's advantage Thornton
David,
as well.
You require 12.
Double 6 to put the Fawn at the top of the table overnight. Double 3. And Cox is reprieved.
No score. Lee requires 16.
He placed his darts on the table thinking he wasn't going to return.
Two 8s.
Eight.
He has now had a handful of match darts.
David, you require 12.
David Evans returns for double 6. To get the better of Lee Cox. And to send Robert Thornton to the top of the table overnight.
6.
But now he has spurned multiple chances.
Lee, you require 8.
Double 4.
Double 2. Double 1.
Game
Yes,
shot
he
and
hits
the
it.
match. Lee Cox.
It's a 4-3 win in the favour of Lee Cox. I think they were both embarrassed to finish that last leg off. Cox goes back to top of the group. He's level on points with Thornton overnight. It's the leg difference that shows that he's there. There's the tail of the tape. Both have dropped off to what they've been doing today. 85-28 there for Evans. 83-09 for Cox, but it's the 4-3 win, and the 2 points are the most important thing on that match. We head into a short break, and you'll see us in the studio on the other side.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where if you've just joined us, you haven't really missed much. It was just another regulation day, really. Just a couple of 9-darters, a couple of ton-plus averages, and a couple of ton-plus checkouts. And myself and Scott Mitchell are going to try our best to see whether we can sum all that up. These are the results for Tuesdays, actually. It's been an amazing day, really, at the Super Series. Up there, one of the best we've ever seen. A couple of 9-darters in the middle portion of the session, but also a really intriguing race for top spot. And Robert Thornton and Lee Cox are going to go into the final day's action level on points going into it. We'll talk about that race in just a second, but look, Scott, there's only one place we can start today. Those are the two 9-darters. Let's go in chronological order. We'll talk about Lee Cox's because he hit the first of them, and this was in a last leg decider against Pontus, where it could have so easily gone wrong for him.
Yeah, it was one of those things where Pontus was on the bottom of the group, and you would think it was just a run-of-the-mill game for Lee Cox, but he found himself at 3-3, and then he had to step up and show some confidence and show some vigour, and that's exactly what he did. The two 180s, sweet as a nut. We spoke about how when he sits that dart on that top wire of the treble 20, and that's what he was doing. And when this went in, you just thought it was going. It was just so good. So good. That's a big win and big 2 points. And he said it in his interview afterwards. The 2 points were the most important. And that proved to be the case as the day went on.
And then in the very next game, Tommy Lishman does this.
Yeah, absolutely. The Ginger Ninja popped up, didn't he? He's been hitting 180s for fun over this group in 2 days. So if there was going to be a 9-darter on, you would think it would be Lishman for his 180 hitting. But what I liked about this one, he did this slightly differently. He stopped, he composed, he didn't throw with the pace. He picked every dart out. He spotted every dart out, just classically slower. And then hits it, and wow, look what that means to him. Nearly tripped over the ocky. Great stuff there from Dave Evans and appreciation. And 2 9-darters in one session. History here at the Super Series.
It really was superb. But in terms of actually the session itself, it's going to be Lee Cox that's going to top the table overnight, eventually getting over the line in that last game. And there was some real drama, wasn't there, involving them too.
He got a bit fortunate there, Dave. Dave Evans went a little bit soft on him. David Evans did everything to get back in that game, and then he offered himself an opportunity and missed. And Coxie managed to go in and finish it off. And they're the hardest legs to win as well. You have to win that leg to stay up top of the group. They're pressure games. Those 9-darters, they sort themselves out. You're just in the flow, you're in the moment. When you've had 9 darts at a double and you know that you're going back with 3 more in your hand, everything in your head is telling you, can I hit this? No. You're hoping. But you have to go in and be positive and say, no, this double is mine. Evans managed to do that. He tops the group overnight.
Meanwhile, Robert Thornton's also going to join him on 14 points at the top of the table going into tomorrow's action. And because of everything else that happened elsewhere today, it felt like Robert severely went under the radar. Not often do you say that about the form.
No, you don't, but I think he'd be happy with that the attention wasn't on him. I think he was quite pleased with that, and I think he just got around his business the way that he always does. We talked about it yesterday. He's doing that set average. It's like on a line. It's just like on a graph. It's like a straight line, a little dip up, a little dip down, and that's what he's done today. Gone under the radar, gone about his business quietly and confidently. He sits there on 14 points at the top overnight as well, and he'll be happy with his day's work today.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, going into tomorrow's action, because as you can see, Cox and Thornton both on 14 points. And I'll tell you what you do have a little bit further down. It's a real intriguing race for Group B. Bialecki and Lishman both on 10. David Evans on 8 points. That could be anybody's, and only, unfortunately, out of those 3, only one can fit into that Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. And we said it in commentary partway through there that a big name and a big player is going to go drop down into that Group C, and it's going to be interesting to see which one it is. Lots to play for tomorrow at the top, lots to play for at the middle, but for me, I'm hoping Pontus just goes and has fun tomorrow, relaxes, gets himself ready for his Group C campaign, or B, wherever he ends up.
In terms of that race for Group B tomorrow, who out of those 3 that look like they're going to be fighting for that final place impressed you the most?
Today, probably Lishman because of the 9-darter, and we saw him yesterday finish off his last game of the day. He'd had no luck up until the last game of the day yesterday, and then he started hitting everything. Bullseye finishes, 108s, 106s, and he's continued that on today. So I'm hoping he gets a good night's sleep, and I'd like to see Tommy in the Group B, because I think he deserves it with the way that he's played so far in the last 2 days.
Right, time to go. Me and you got to deliver some more posts, haven't we?
Absolutely. Where's me black and white cat?
Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Scott, thank you for your company today. Thank you for your company at home as well. And goodness me, what a day we've enjoyed here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 2 9-darters are after ton plus checkouts, and we've got a race to the line as far as Group A is concerned. What a day.